resiliency part and also the lab part. But unfortunately, you don't have labs today, so we won't be doing any labs. And then, in the evening, we will go through the mass part of rubric, the sizing, the competitive part, and also the CDM demo contest. So, and then followed by question and answers. So, what I would like to do in this training is I would like to complete as much as theory, I could complete, and then based on that, we can go through the labs at a certain point in time, right? Maybe tomorrow I can give you the labs so that you guys can work on that. Okay. So let's start with the session today. So what I would like to do right now is I would want everybody to introduce themselves. Your name, the company, which region are you guys supporting, what is your role, what backup products are you most familiar with, and then what is your rubric experience, followed by your vacation place, your movie, or your favorite band. So we will start with Digital China. Hi, Z Lee. Hi, Z.
Okay.
How are you doing?
Okay. My name is Hai Zili. My company is Digital China. Yeah. Can you listen me? Yes.
Yes, I can.
I
know
work.
Digital China. Yes.
Yes. My region is I work in Beijing region. Beijing.
Okay.
Yes.
Mhm.
I'm a engineer.
Okay.
Yes. And I'm new. Rubrik is new for me. So
Okay.
yes. And in the past, I have our I have the experience about the semantic.
Semantic. Okay.
Yes. Software, the backup. Yes. I have some experience about it. Other, yes.
Awesome. And then what? And then what's your favorite band, your movie, and your vacation place?
Yes. So maybe my English is poor. So maybe.
No, I'm absolutely able to understand it. Okay, so don't worry about it.
Okay, thank you.
You're all good.
Yes, my speech end. I think. Sorry.
No problem. But how are things in China? Like things are getting settled out there, or how is it like this pandemic? Are you seeing still cases going up, or is the situation gone down? The COVID I'm talking about.
Favorite bank, movie, or vacation place. Favorite band. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
No worries. I see. Like welcome to session, and then I hope so. We will have a good interactive session going forward. Thank you for coming.
Okay. I have a call in.
Go ahead. Take your call.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, hi Alvin. Good morning, Alvin Tan.
Hi.
Meet yourself.
Hi. Okay, I'm from Alphabet and belongs to the Singapore region. And my role is pre-sales. So the backup that I'm familiar is TSN. And I have zero experience in Rubik. It's new to me. And my favorite vacation is Bangkok.
Favorite vacation is
Bangkok, yeah.
Okay, nice. Cool. Welcome to today's session.
Oh yeah, it's very new to me.
Yeah, I hope so. You learned today a lot, and then I will cover as much as theory I could.
I think after this, sorry, after this we have to take some test, right, for this particular.
Yes.
Probably at the end of the lesson, you might give us some idea of how we can pass the test, and also maybe where can we download all your presentations. Yeah.
Absolutely. I will do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
How about Nugroho Adi?
Yeah, hello sir.
Hello.
Morning.
Good morning.
My name is Nugroho. I'm from Metro Data, Scinex Metro Data Indonesia.
Okay.
Yeah, region in Indonesia.
I've been to your office. I've been to your office many times. Yes.
I am a post sales as engineer.
Okay.
My backup product. I'm newbie in backup product. My specialty is endpoint, like Symantec, Sophos, Kaspersky.
Got you.
Little
Kaspersky
is
more like it's like Kaspersky is more like how do I put it, like desktop laptop backup, right? Like endpoint backup, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Little net backup
Got it.
or carbonate.
Yeah, Carbonite. Yes, absolutely. Interesting.
Rubrik.
Pretty new.
Sorry for my
Hey, no. No worries. You guys are doing perfect. Hey, thanks for joining the session today. Really appreciate it. Now let's move on to Westbourne people. Nelson.
What?
I will move on to Westbourne. Thank you, Nugroho. Appreciate it. Thanks for joining.
Oh, okay. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. How about Nelson?
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. My name is Nelson from Westbourne, Taiwan.
Okay.
Yes, and my role is the support engineer. And my backup product is the Juniper network and Palo firewall.
Juniper network. So
Yeah.
more on the network, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
And Rubrik is new for me. And my favorite brand, I think the sport brand is Nike. And movie is the Guardians of the Galaxy. Vacation place, I think maybe Korea.
Oh yeah, that's a beautiful place.
Yeah,
Nelson，他问说 backup product 是你之前有没有用过什么样的 backup product？
不是说我那个
不是你备援的产品线这样。
OK。
譬如说像我们之前在用那个 Vim 啊，这是一个 backup product。
Okay. I think the backup product could be the Vim or
Vim. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Got you. Vim. Got you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining. Hey, hi, Kerwin. I'm from Westcon. Kerwin, good morning. Can you
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Karim. Company is Westcon. 然后 I am SE Security Engineer.
Okay. And then, are you also from Taiwan?
I am from Taiwan. Yeah.
Okay. How are things in Taiwan? Taiwan is a beautiful place, by the way. You have got fantastic beaches.
Backup product, I have used Vim.
Okay, Vim. Okay. So I suppose Veeam is like more strong in Taiwan and Korea and China, right? Yeah, I mean, if you go to that part, I think you'll find a lot of Veeam. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so I hope I should be able to do a lot of trainings today so that you guys know about Rubrik, and then maybe we can work together in future. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for introducing yourself, Kevin. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hello, Star.
Hi.
Good morning. Hi.
Hi, good morning. Yeah, I'm Star, calling from Wisconsin, Taiwan.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pre-sale, or you can call, I'm an architect. Yeah. Okay, my famous backup product, for example, like Wing, because our lab has a Wing. We use Wing to pick up our VMware environment and HPDP and Accept and backup is there. Fewer experience in networker and Commvault.
Wow, you know everything.
Yeah. I'm study backup product around 20 more years. Okay.
Wow.
In Rubrik, just know some sales technology. I need more technical deep dive. Yeah, so I want to enjoy more technical information. Yeah.
Absolutely, and this is what my intention is today, to make you guys, to make you guys learn about Rubrik.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for joining the call, Star. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's move on. So what we will talk today about is, about Rubrik. Okay. So now, what is Rubrik? So most of you know, with most of you have spoken, everybody said they know Veeam, they know Symantec, TSM, XBDP, Networker, ArcServe, right? So what you see, all of these technologies, old technology. By the way, if I'm too fast, please let me know. I will try to match with your pace so that everybody's understanding my English. Okay. Please let me know if you don't. I will speak more slowly so that everybody understands. Okay. So what you see, the legacy architectures are like Veeam, Networker, or even Commvault. What you see this is more like a client server architecture, right? You would need to have a master server. You would need to have a media server. You would need to have a proxy server, and all of those secondary servers, right? We need to prepare our backup and recovery solutions. But with Rubrik is a data management solution. That means everything is in our software. You do not need to have a master server or a media server or a proxy server because everything comes on a scale-out software. So what you see here is these are the four founders of our company. His name is Vipul Sinha. He was ex-founder from Nutanix. And also, he's one of the founding members for one of the Oracle product, ODA, Oracle Database Accelerator. The second guy is Arvind. His name is Nitro. We call him as Nitro. He was a co-founder for Oracle Exadata, and also he was a principal engineer at Oracle Cluster. And then we have AJ. He's a distinguished engineer at Google, and also the founding engineer at Riverbed. Now he's the brain behind the file system. What we're talking about. And then we have Sohan Majumdar, who was like a Google staff engineer. And then he had a company called Tactile, which was acquired by Facebook. And then now he is working on the search engine for Rubrik. Now these are the four guys who founded Rubrik. And then everybody is part of US Palo Alto. These are our investors. What you see? You see Mr. John Chambers. Yeah, he's a former CEO for Cisco. You have Mark Leslie, the former CEO for Veritas. This is where Symantec and Veritas. You see Mr. John Thompson, he's a former CEO for Symantec, and also Mr. Randy Salim, former CEO for Symantec. All of these are investors right now in our company. Another interesting guy is Mr. Frank Slootman. He's a former CEO for Data Domain. Anybody knows about Data Domain? It's like an EMC product. And then these are the various investors who have invested money at like Rail of Partners, Khosla Ventures, or even Brian Capitals. What you see here is the innovation what we have done since our inception. So we started the company in around 2015, somewhere in the range of 2015. And then we started as VMware backups and then replication to the cloud. So cloud was always a part of our solution since we started. And then we moved on to cloud DR. I joined somewhere in between where we introduced physical and edge. So we started supporting physical servers. And also we started supporting the edge, which is called as remote office branch offices. And then since then, if you see, we have enhanced our product from each release. Right? In 2018, we have introduced something called Polaris, a SaaS management platform, which would actually do a global management. And also we also provided Radar, which is for ransomware detection and then ransomware recovery. We bought in a concept called Oracle Live Mount. With Oracle, the way we do live mount on SQL or VMware, we have also bought in that function of Oracle Live Mount. And then we also introduced something called continuous data protection for VMs, which are very much critical, thereby providing you a near zero RPO, which is a recovery point objective. And since then, if you see, like we have won a lot of accolades. We were in the Magic Gartner Quadrant. We won the Gold Award for VMware, consistently for 3 years. And then we were also the leaders in Forrester Waves. And then you see like a lot of accolades what you see here. As I said, we won back-to-back VMworld Best of Show Awards in 3 years ago. This happened in US and Europe. And then interestingly, what you see here is we also won for security. So if you see Rubrik's architecture, unlike me, or unlike even DSM, our backups are very much secure because we have an immutable file system. Now, what does an immutable file system mean? Immutable file system means you cannot change the data once it's written to Rubrik. It's like write once, read many. It has a warm functionality. And we will talk about that in our further slides. So if you see from a data resiliency solution perspective, Rubrik was named as a leader. If you see Rubrik was named as a leader, even if it is surpassed what you see. And even if you see the Gartner, which recently announced, we are in the leaders crowd, right? Way far, from other contributors. These are our alliance partners. We work very closely with these guys in the market. With GCP, Azure, or AWS. These guys are always supported from public cloud angle. We support all storage vendors like where we have storage-based snapshots or NAS storage. And also we work with virtualization members like VMware, Microsoft, or different. We also get deployed on Cisco on third-party servers like Cisco UCS or like HPDL 380. We can also get us to be installed on a third-party hardware. These are some of our customers. This is a confidential flight, but what you see here is the breadth and the length of customers
from
from all verticals. Starting from consumers, starting from tech, starting from insurance. I mean, we also have a Asia-specific slide. Like in India, we have a largest bank called ICICI Bank. We have BRI in Indonesia. There are a lot of customers. In China, we have very small base customers, but then we definitely want to improve it. In Philippines, we have something like Union Bank or even like SMIC, which are big customers. But the idea to show this is to show the length and breadth of our customers from all verticals, from government to healthcare to finance to media and entertainment. From a global adoption in the market, if you see, we are replacing 16% of Commvault installed bases. And then these are some of our customers where we have replaced Commvault. We are replacing 10% of our customers from IBM Spectrum. I think this is where the sweet spot is for us. Basically, we can have like Alvin mentioned, right? He knows TSM, so Alvin can get me to all TSM install base, and then it's an easy win with TSM, right? Because they are quickly revamping their things. So if you see one of the customers here, Liberty Mutual Insurance. So this customer has got 18,000 VMs where we are supporting them, and then we replace IBM Spectrum. And then 23% of Veritas customers. And now if you see Veritas is a very big enterprise customer where you have installed bases over there, and then we are replacing Veritas. Around 40% we are replacing around Delhi MC, like the likes of Networkware, Aramar, and also something like data domain. Right? We are trying to replace it. And then 11%, 10 to 11% is what we are replacing because Beam is more about an SMB segment. It is more about small, medium business. But then Beam kind of cater to all enterprises. And then when we sell it to enterprises, our solution needs to be an enterprise solution. That's what I will be showing it to you in our demo. Okay. So let's go with the Rubrik CDN design overview. Right? Now this slide talks about how did we design Rubrik CDN. So what you see here is Rubrik CDN is okay. There are many ways to sell Rubrik. Okay? Either you sell it just the software and then get the hardware from somewhere else, or you can also sell like an appliance, what you see on this particular screen. Right? So this appliance is a 2U box. It's a 2U chassis, and then it has got four nodes in it. 2, 3, 4. Now these all four nodes are basically like compute nodes, right? And then this is a cloud scale. Now what it means by cloud scale is once the file system is deployed on this particular cluster, we can scale it incrementally. We can scale it incrementally, or we can keep on adding the nodes to it, right? It's a distributed file system. So every data what you see here is kind of distributed on all the nodes, so that if any of the nodes fails, you still have the redundant copy of the data from your backups. And then you can have multiple nodes. So the largest cluster what we have today, with the customer is around 217 nodes, which is like a huge bank which is using for us for Oracle and also for VMware. It's a masterless cluster. Unlike as I said, legacy architecture client server, we do not have we do not have a concept called master server or like a media server. Right? Everything here, what you see is
a
a
master node
master node itself,
right?
right?
Because we don't
Because
have
we
that
don't have the
concept of
concept of
master or
master or
media.
media.
And then it is
And then it is
self-healing.
self-healing.
What does
What does
self-healing means
self-healing
is,
means
so let's
is,
say
so
if
let's say
any
if any
RAM is
RAM
about
is
to
about
fail,
to
if it's
fail,
any
if it's
hard
any
disk
hard
is
disk
about
is
to fail,
about to fail,
we would try
we
to
would try
heal
to
and try
heal
to
and try to
delete the
delete
bad
the bad
blocks
blocks
from the
from
hard
the
drive
hard
and
drive
then try
and then
to
try to
recover it from
recover
it.
it from it.
Um,
Um,
and then
and
we are an
then we are
API
an
first
API first
architecture.
architecture.
Now, what
Now, what
essentially it
essentially it
means
means
by
by
API first
API first
architecture is
architecture is
everything is
everything
API
is
driven.
API driven.
Okay,
Okay,
that
that
means
means
every click
every
what
click
you do
what
on
you do
Rubrik
on Rubrik
is an
is
API
an
call.
API call.
Any
Any
connectivity what you
connectivity
do
what
at
you do
Rubrik
at Rubrik
is an
is an
API call.
API call.
So the idea
So the
is it's
idea is
very
it's very
simple to
simple to
use.
use.
One thing
One
about
thing
Rubrik
about
is it's
Rubrik is
very
it's
very
very
simple
very
to
simple
use.
to use.
Let's talk about the
Let's talk about the
distributed file
distributed
system
file system
overview.
overview.
So we
So
have
we
something
have
called
something called
Atlas.
Atlas.
Atlas is
Atlas
our
is our
distributed file
distributed file
system.
system.
It's also
It's
called as
also called as
SDFS,
SDFS,
which
which
is
is
a
a
logical
logical
component
component for all
POSIX
POSIX
commands
commands
for your
for your
internal
internal
applications.
applications.
That means
That means
you are doing
you are
data
doing data
management, you are doing
management, you are
cluster
doing cluster
management,
management,
you are doing
you are doing
sharding,
sharding,
you are
you
making
are
sure that
making
the
sure that the
consistencies are
consistencies are
everything is
everything is
followed
followed
by this
by this
logical
logical
component called
component called
Atlas,
Atlas,
and this is
and
like a
this is like a
brain
brain
for Rubrik.
for Rubrik.
Um,
Um,
and then
and then
you have
you
this
have
fused
this fused
design, right?
design,
There's
right?
the file
There's the
system in
file
the user
system in user
space.
space.
So this is a file
this is a
system,
file system,
and this
and
file
this
system
file
will have
system will have
users.
users.
Now each
Now each user
is like a
is like a
logical,
logical,
or how do I
or
put
how
it?
do I
It's like
put
a
it? It's
file
like a file
system
system
in the user
in the user
space, right?
space, right?
So if you
So if you decouple the user
from
from kernel,
right,
right,
you can
you
have
can
these
have these
users
users
have
have
specific
specific
things to do
things to do
at Rubrik,
at
or
Rubrik, or
specific
specific
commands to do at
commands to do
Rubrik.
at Rubrik.
Like it's a
Like it's a
distributed, it's
distributed, it's
masterless,
masterless,
it's
it's
performance. The
performance.
reason it
The
is
reason it is
performance is
performance is
we use
we use
SSDs along the
SSDs along the
nodes,
nodes,
not as a
not as a
cache, but
cache,
only
but only
for
for
reading, right?
reading,
Or,
right?
or only
Or
for
only for
metadata
metadata
management.
management.
It is
It
fault
is fault
tolerant
tolerant
because we
because we
use
use
irrigate coding.
irrigate coding.
You can now
You can now
scale out.
scale
We
out.
don't use
We
any
don't use
RAID
any RAID
technology in our
technology in
system,
our system,
and then we
and
use
then we
irrigate
use
coding,
irrigate coding,
and then
and
you
then
can
you can
scale out
scale
your
out your
storage,
storage,
across the
across the
nodes.
nodes.
It's a
It's a
scalable
scalable file
right?
system,
Like
right?
like today you
Today
have
you
a
have
need
a
of,
need of,
let's say,
let's say
30
30
TB.
TB.
Tomorrow you have a
Tomorrow you
need
have a
of, let's
need
say,
of, let's
50
say,
TB.
50 TB.
So you can
So you can
scale the
scale
number
the
of
number of
bricks, or you can
bricks, or you
scale
can
the
scale
number
the
of
number of
nodes
nodes accordingly
to
to
provide
provide
that kind of
that kind of
services over there.
services over there.
And then
And then
the
the
metadata
metadata
storage,
store,
right?
right?
Now
Now
all of
these
interactions what you
interactions what you
see on
see
this
on this
particular
particular
part,
part,
this is
this is basically
a
a
subset of
subset of
these
all of these
POSIX
POSIX
interface,
interface,
right?
right?
Now
Now
you have
you
something
have something
called
called
Callisto.
Callisto.
Callisto is
Callisto is
basically a
basically a
core layer
core layer
interacting with
interacting
all
with
the
all the
logical
logical
layers.
layers.
And then
And
this
then this
Callisto is
Callisto is
basically a
basically a
distributed
distributed
metadata store.
metadata store.
So what
So
happens
what
when
happens is
you
when
write
you
an
write an
IO, or
IO,
when
or
you
when
write
you
a
write
block
a block
on my
on my
node,
node,
what I will
what I will do is
I will
I will
make sure
make
that
sure
my
that
all
my all
random
random
writes are
writes are
coalesced
coalesced
into
into
sequential.
sequential.
Okay,
Okay,
and then I
and then I
distribute the
distribute the
metadata
metadata
from
from
each node
each node
to other
to
nodes
other
to
nodes to
maintain the
maintain the
consistency
consistency
of
of
the
the
data.
data.
And then we
And
also
then we
have block
also have
store,
block
which is
store,
called
which is
data
called data
management.
management.
Now block
Now
store
block store
decides
decides
when
when you know
when
when
does
does
the
the
backup
backup
archive,
archive, when does the backup
when
point,
does the
when does the
backup
backup
you know
you know
work on with an
work on
SLA
with an
policy.
SLA
So all
policy.
of
So
that
all of that
function
function
is managed
is
by this
managed by
block
this
store.
block store.
Now, so
Now
think about
think
block
about
store as
block
like a
store as
patch
like a
file,
patch
right?
file.
Think
Right?
about
Think about
patch
patch
filings.
filings.
So
So
that is
that
what a
is
block
what a
store
block
is,
store is,
which you will
which you will be hearing a
in
lot
my
in my
further slides.
further slides.
Any doubts
Any
on this
doubts on this
particular
particular
slide? Because
slide?
this is a
Because
very
this is a very
important slide.
important slide. Okay, so what is a DFS file system? So what you see here is the front
bezel
bezel of
of
Rubrik,
Rubrik,
right?
right?
This is the
This is
front
the
bezel
front
for
bezel
Rubrik.
for Rubrik.
Now, what this
Now, what
front
this
bezel
front
does
bezel
is,
does is,
as I said,
these have got four nodes.
This is the
This is
first
the
node,
first
this is the
node, this is the
second, third,
second,
and
third,
fourth,
and fourth,
and each
and
node
each
has
node
got
has
three
got
disk
three
drives.
disk drives.
Like if you see
Like if you
node A
see
has
node
got
A
three
has got
disk
three
drives,
disk
node
drives,
B has
node
got
B has got
three,
three,
and so on.
and so on.
And on top
And
of
on
that,
top of that,
I deploy
I deploy
Atlas,
Atlas,
which is file
which is
system.
file system.
So what you
So
do
what
is
you
you
do is you
bootstrap
bootstrap
the
the appliance,
and then
and then
once you
once you
bootstrap
bootstrap the appliance,
the file
the
system
file
is
system is
automatically up.
automatically up.
Now it
Now it is up to you
whether
whether you want to
move
move
to
to
the
the
latest
latest
version, and if
version,
you
and
want,
if you want,
you can
you can download that
binary
binary
from
from Rubrik
portal,
support portal,
and then
and then you can
upgrade
upgrade
the file
the
system.
file system.
And then
And then this
Atlas
Atlas provides you all of these global
search,
search,
your
data
management,
management,
your connect to the
connect to the cloud,
your
your
ecosystem
integration like
Snapdev
Snapdev
or
or
ServiceNow
ServiceNow
or
or anything like that, right?
As I said,
As I said, like
it connects all snapshot,
snapshot, archive, replication.
This global
This
search
global
will
search will actually find what is the VM files and database and everything like that.
Let's talk about
Let's
the
talk
fault
about the fault
tolerance
tolerance and the
and
resiliency part.
So
So
we
we provide you
resiliency and fault tolerance
using
using erasure
erasure coding.
We
We
perform
perform erasure coding
with 4
with
plus
4
2
plus 2
read
read
Solomon
Solomon
algorithm.
algorithm.
Now, what does a
Now,
4
what does a
plus
4
2 read
plus 2
Solomon
read Solomon
algorithm means?
algorithm means?
So let's
So
say
let's say
you have
you
data
have
1,
data 1, data 2, data 3,
four,
data 4,
like a chunk
like a
of
chunk
data.
of data.
What we do
What
is
we do
we
is we
divide
divide
this
this
into
into
data
data
blocks
blocks
and into
and
code
into
blocks.
code blocks.
So
So
there would be
there
4
would be
data
4
blocks
data blocks
and then 2
and then
code
2
blocks.
code blocks.
Now, when you
Now,
do
when you
this,
do
the
this,
cost
so
of
the cost of
redundancy
redundancy
is
is
the
the
availability versus
versus
the
the overhead,
okay,
okay,
and the middle
and the
ground.
middle ground. So middle ground is basically to see
how much of
how much
data
of
you would
data you
need
would need
for that
for
particular
that particular cluster
to
to
protect
protect
the
the
objects
objects
like
like SQL
like
Server, like
VMware,
VMware, or
or
anything like that.
Sorry about
Sorry
that.
about that.
Sorry.
Sorry.
So yeah,
So exactly. So what you're seeing here is
when
when
these are the 4 data blocks,
when these 4 data blocks are written as data blocks.
So let's
So let's say
one of the
one
data
of the data
blocks,
blocks,
one of the
one
data
of the
block
data block
dies.
dies.
One of the
One of the data
block
block
dies.
dies.
So what will
So what will
happen
happen
is
is
you can
you can recover the data from one of the code blocks
and then
retrieve the data back to the user.
This is how
This is how we use
erasure
erasure
coding
coding and fault
Now this
tolerance.
is
Now
very
this is
very
very
important.
important.
Yes,
Star.
Right.
You had a question.
And for erasure code, can we change the 4 plus 2 the algorithm?
Yeah, you can
change 4 plus 2 to 5. You can do 2, 8, 5, 7 plus 4,
depending
on
how much of
availability you
or
want,
how
or
much of
how much of redundancy.
you want. But by default, we do 4
plus 2.
But you can
change it
while
bootstrapping
the
the device.
But when we change the erasure
Did I
code,
answer the question?
how when we change the erasure code, then it will change the total storage space.
Yes, exactly. So you can
only change erasure coding
while
bootstrapping. You cannot change in between.
Okay? So
Okay?
let's say you're running a
cluster.
Now you say,
Now
hey,
you say, hey, I
I
want to make it to 8 plus 5.
No,
You cannot do that.
So
you have to really plan
as
beforehand
to what
as to
level
what level of redundancy
or as to what level of capacity you want from your
erasure coding.
So during
Okay,
the
just that.
bootstrap,
during the
during the
bootstrap,
you do
erasure
erasure coding.
Okay, just I know the erasure code is for 4 node and up. And for 3 node is not the erasure code.
Exactly.
For 3 nodes, you cannot have erasure coding.
You need to
You
have
need to have at least 4 nodes. That's the reason you build 4 data blocks, right? So minimum is 4 nodes.
Okay. So the 3 node is the special design.
No. So we also have three nodes. That is for very small deployments. But to start with, we have four nodes. So you have a four node. I will talk about appliances in my closer slides.
Okay.
Questions.
Yes.
So you're saying four nodes and two, right? So does it mean that you can only afford two data blocks to fill or two nodes to fill? If more than two nodes to fill, then the whole thing is gone.
No, this is not nodes. This is the disk drive. With 4 plus 2, you can have two disk failures. Yeah. With 4 plus 2, we can afford two disk failures. With 8 plus 3, we can afford three disk failures and so on.
So your data was referring to the disk. The disk failure.
Yeah. This is not the nodes. Yeah.
So it's allowed up to two disk failure.
Yes. So if you have let's say four nodes, okay. Now let's talk about the node redundancy. Let's say you have four nodes. Those four nodes, one node you can afford one node to fail.
Okay.
Any more doubts? Okay. I'll continue. So what are the design considerations for performance perspective? Right? What we do is we use Flash. So we use Flash for all the internal metadata operations. Okay. So if you see, each node will have Flash inbuilt on the motherboard itself. Okay. So this is like an eNMLC Flash. And all the reads and all the writes are redirected to this particular flash during the backup. We use multiple hard drives to optimize the write speed. If you know, hard drives are basically very good for sequential operations. So what we do is when we take a backup, we sequentially drain back to Rubrik. Right? We will parallelly ingest it, but we will sequentially drain it back to Rubrik. That means all the write operations over there are running. One second, guys. Right? Sorry about that. And then we use SSDs to serve the random IO. Okay. Now how the design is basically so every backup which happens, right? It has to so the metadata is actually written on that particular drive. Okay. So the metadata is written to the hard disk. The metadata is written to the to the SSD, and all the data sequentially drains back to the hard drives. So the general files are like basically an append-only file system. So these files are basically written once and read many times. And then this is only used for storing writes. And then each journal is basically on a hard drive SSD. And then the SSD is used as a read or write cache depending on how you want to use it. But with 5.0, what we have done is the data clearly flows directly to the disk drive and not to the flash. So basically, when the data comes into your nodes, what happens is the metadata gets stored on the disk drive, on the flash, and the data sequentially drains to all the hard drive to give you that optimal performance. So this is a very important slide, mutable versus immutable architecture. Now, if the data is mutable, that means if the data is on a read-write mode, right? You can always change the data. So the malicious activities can always happen on that, right? You can always change the data from there. But with
But with
Rubrik,
Rubrik,
one thing is
one
very
thing is very
important with
important with
Rubrik
Rubrik is
we are
we
an
are an
immutable file
immutable
system.
file system.
Now, what
Now, what
essentially it
essentially
means
it means is
you
you
cannot
cannot
change
change
anything which is
anything which
written
is
to
written
Rubrik.
to Rubrik.
It is
It
secure
is
by
secure by
design,
design,
and then it
and
is
then it is
closed by
closed
design.
by
That means
design.
there
That
is
means
no
there is no
modification
modification
will
will
happen
happen when the data gets
to
written
this
to this
particular
particular
architecture.
architecture.
So let's
So
talk
let's
about
talk
what is an
about what is an
append-only file
append-only
system.
file system.
So in
So
Rubrik,
in Rubrik,
the format
on
on which
by we write,
the
the
format by
format
which
by
we
which we
write
write
is
is
basically patch
patch
files.
files.
So these
So
patch
these
files
patch
are
files are
basically
written whenever the data
is
is
coming
coming
onto
onto
Rubrik.
Rubrik.
And then these
And then
patch
these
files
patch
cannot
files
be
cannot be
modified at
modified
all,
at all,
right?
right?
So this is
So this is how
we
we
maintain
maintain
our
our
consistency of our
consistency of our
products.
products.
Um, so each
So
patch
each
file
patch file
also
also
gets
gets
written
written
to
to
this
this
/sd/snapshot
/snapshot
or
or
/sd/journal
/journal
locations
locations
to keep the
to
data
keep the
intact.
data intact.
So if
So
you,
if you,
of course,
of course, you as a
you would
user,
not
you
be
would
able to
not be
see
able
all
to
of these
see all of
things.
these things.
But
But
if you go
if
into
you
the
go into the
engineering mode, or
engineering
if you
mode,
go
or if you
into
go into
some other
some other
modes,
modes,
we can
we can
absolutely
absolutely
look
look
into
into
it,
it,
from
from
that angle.
that angle.
Uh,
Uh,
we
we
seriously
seriously
take
take
security
security
very
very
importantly, right?
importantly, right?
So if you
So if
see,
you see,
we
we
maintain the disk
maintain the disk
integrity.
integrity.
Okay, now how do
Okay,
you
now how do
maintain
you
the disk
maintain the disk
integrity?
integrity?
By
By
striping the
striping the
checksum.
checksums.
Like how do you
Like
stripe
how do
the
you stripe the
checksum?
checksum?
You have
You
all the
have all the
logical
logical
level, which is used as the bit
as the
flops.
bit flops, right?
Now these
Now
bit
these bit
flops
flops
are been
are been
detected by
detected by
using
using
stripe
stripe
checksums.
checksums.
So every
So
time the
every
write
time the
happens,
write
or every
happens, or
time the
every
read
time the read
happens,
happens,
this
this checksums
will
will
go and
go
talk
and
to
talk
other
to
disk
other disk
drives,
drives,
right?
right?
To
To
see,
see,
is there any
is there
bits
any bits
changes? Is
changes?
there
Is
any
there any
block is
block
changing or
is
not?
changing or not?
And then this
And then
happens
this
every
happens
15
every
seconds
15
between the
seconds between the
disks.
disks.
And then
And then
you do a
you
chunk
do a
checksum.
chunk checksum.
So once the
So
data
once the
is
data
written
is written
onto the
onto the
disk,
disk,
we see
we
whether
see
any
whether any
deterioration or
deterioration or
anything
anything
like
like
that is
that
happening
is happening
on the brick.
on the brick.
Because
Because what we also
at
provide
that
at that point in time is
a point
a
checksum,
point checksum
or like a
or
chunk
like a
checksum.
chunk checksum.
So this will
So this will
check the
actually check the
hard
hard
drive
drive
for
for
any
any block
block failures,
failures, for any
for any
for
dirty
any
blocks
dirty
or
blocks or
anything like
anything
that.
like that.
So how does
So how does
Rubrik
Rubrik
perform
perform
the
the checksum?
So
So
when
when
the
the
data
data
is
is
written,
written,
when you write
when
the
you
data
write
on
the data
Rubrik,
on Rubrik,
we actually
we
do a
actually do a
stripe
stripe
CRC,
CRC,
which actually
which actually does
a checksum
a checksum validation
across
across
the
across that
path.
node path.
When you
When you
read
read the data,
we actually
we
do
actually
a
do a chunk
checksum.
checksum.
That means
That means when you're reading the data, we are reading
from the hard
from
disk.
the hard disk.
And then
And then
every
as I said, every 15 seconds, we will actually check the consistency of data
as to what
as to what it has been read.
And the third
is
the
the
metadata
checksum
or the
or the
metadata
scan,
what you call it.
right?
Now this
Now this
metadata
metadata
scan
scan
happens
between
between
two nodes, or I would say like between across the cluster.
Because what is
happening is
whenever the
writes are happening,
you are
you are
storing
the write on the flash,
and then you're
synchronously replicating the data to
nodes
other nodes
to
to
maintain
maintain that consistency as well.
This is a very
This is a very
important
important
slide,
slide,
guys.
guys.
Please
Please
ask
ask
me
me
any
any
questions
questions
if you
if
have.
you have.
This
This
checksum
is very important
when
when we are
talking
talking
to
to
customer
customer from a
data
data
integrity
integrity
perspective.
perspective.
So in
So in
general,
general, we have three
systems:
systems:
stripe,
stripe,
chunk, and
chunk,
a
and a
metadata scan.
metadata scan.
So stripe
So
occurs
stripe
when
occurs
the
when the data is written.
Chunk
Chunk
checksum
checksum occurs when the data is read.
and then the
And then the metadata
scan
scan is basically
a
a
background
process which keeps on running.
So let's talk about
let's talk about the validation
across the stack. So
what you see here is
a
a
Cerebro
Cerebro
file manager.
Okay.
Now a
Now,
Cerebro
a Cerebro
file manager is basically
storing
an
an
immutable
patch
patch
files.
files.
Okay.
Now these
Now
patch
these patch
files
files are nothing
but the
but the
format
format
on which
on
Rubrik
which
is storing
Rubrik
the
is
data.
storing the data.
Now patch
Now
files
patch files is always immutable.
and then
And then these are fingerprint based files.
That means it will
It will compare
itself
itself with the previous snapshot,
compare
if there is a consistency,
and store the
data
as a
as a
SHA-1
SHA-1 hash.
So this
So
patch
this
file
patch file will show the
as a
data as a SHA-1 hash because you are actually doing a fingerprint operation.
And then
when it comes to Atlas, Atlas is basically the file system, the front-facing part of the customer. Cerebro is basically
the
internal thing of Atlas, right?
So
So
the logical
stripes
are backed
are
up by
backed
the
up by the
physical
physical
chunks
chunks in Atlas.
Then chunks
Then chunks are written
in an inline
inline
checksum. That means
you're
you're
reading it.
And then
And then there's a CRC for each stripe showed as a patch file.
That means
Every time the writes are happening on this particular CRC,
the patch
files
files
are automatically written
from that
particular stripe, right?
Which
makes kinds of which make kinds of validated
from a security perspective when it
Rubrik comes.
But this is
very important, right?
If you see the Atlas part,
this is
very
important because
this is the
guy who is actually storing the data or calling an AI
and then
bringing the data back to the.
This is
very important.
Okay.
So now we have spoken about the CDM,
the design.
Let's talk about what's new with 5.2.
So we
recently, I think it's been
a month
or two.
It's been a month. We got into
CDM 5.2.
Prior to it, we were running with CDM 5.1. But let us talk about what's new we are getting in 5.2. So one thing we are getting new with 5.2 is the VCF performance and the resilience. So with 5.2 now you can ingest 5x the speed because now you have a multi-node ingest. That means any
VM which is more than 2 terabytes of size,
we will now
shard the VMs into multiple chunks and then we will take them back.
We provided you more superior retention controls. Which I will show you, in my demo
or also in the labs.
We also provided you more granular
database recovery control.
Now, what
essentially means is, we provided you advanced cloning options for databases.
We
provided LIME for databases, right?
Which
you will be seeing in further slides.
And then
we also made some enhancements
from a
monitoring application and also from an upgrade stability perspective.
So let's
deep dive into each of the section.
So with
vSphere,
prior to
vSphere, this is like before 5.2.
This
is what we used to support. Like we used to support RPO less than minute for any virtual machines.
Using
continuous data protection, like every 30 seconds or every 10 seconds, I can continuously take the data back from.
If
you have any tags
on your
vSphere,
basically
we can provide tag-based support.
So for an example,
let's say this VM has a tag,
and then you are
migrating this VM into a different,
let's say a
vCenter.
So
you can actually support it using a VMware tag.
And also
the resiliency part of it, right? Like the performance and the reliability part of it, right?
We have
absolutely improved the performance
of
this particular VMware.
Now
with
with 5.2,
5.2, what you can also do is now I can recover the data to an alternate VM.
So what you see
here is a
5.2
feature set.
So with
So with
5.2,
5.2, what we have done is we are parallelly ingesting a VM to multiple nodes
to Rubrik. That means
That
this is
means
a
this is a
multi-node backup.
multi-node backup.
Now, for an
So for an
example,
example, if you have
a
a
VM
VM larger than 2 terabytes,
or maybe like
larger than
like anything,
anything,
what I can do
what
is
I can do is I can break this VM.
I can
I can
break
break this VM
to multiple smaller chunks.
chunks.
That means I'm sharding.
I'm
doing a
doing a VM shard,
and then I'm
and then I'm parallelly ingesting it to Rubrik. Now with this, we have improved the performance of 5.2.
We have improved
We have improved the performance of
the
cluster by taking a backup.
Another thing
with Rubrik is
what we have
bought with 5.2. So let's say
you are
you're exporting a VM
from one from
a backup, right?
And let's say something happens, network goes off or something like that, right? Prior to 5.2, what you had to do is you have to restart the resume. You have to restart the export from where
it has from starting.
But with
5.2,
if any thing
thing happens onto the cluster,
this thing will happen from where it has stopped. So
let's say
you started
an export at 8:05 p.m.
and let's say
there was a network glitch at
let's say
9:30 p.m.
Then when the network resumes,
we will start from 9:30 p.m. We will not go back from 8:05.
And the files
of any VM,
we can
recover it to any alternate VM as well. We can export
a single file
to any of the VMs over here.
Let's talk about
Oracle.
So
from an Oracle perspective,
so this is
what we were doing
since
5.0.
We had an
automated backup using Armin.
So what
we do is
we install a
small agent
on your Oracle cluster,
whether it's a rack
or whether it's
a single instance.
And then we start
automating the backup
using an
SLA policy.
With
5.1, what you see, we have expanded the support
from
12CR2 to 18C to 19C extra data,
rack 1
DNFS and also PVE.
But with
5.2, what we have done is we have also brought in a concept for
advanced
cloning.
Now what it
means is
you can now
clone the dissimilar ASM disk groups
to
idea is
if you're running
an Oracle rack.
Now I can
sorry about that. So what it means is
sorry,
I completely lost.
Just give me a minute. Okay. Can you guys hear me now? Am I loud and clear? Hello? Am I audible? Alvin? Star? Am I audible?
Yeah. I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I think there was a glitch. Okay. So
what I mean by advanced cloning is,
so let's say
you are taking a backup.
So you have
taken a backup of Oracle rack.
Now
with an ASM.
Now you can
restore it
to
a
physical server
of single instance.
That means I can
clone to dissimilar Oracle homes.
And the benefits are
basically,
you are enhancing
your test purposes.
You're cloning your
Exadata environment from Exadata to Yoda or anything else.
And then you're
cloning it with separate, different memory parameters.
So what you see
here is ACU.text.
This
ACU.text will have certain parameters, and then we can provide a clone out of it. The idea is we can also provide you a live mount. That means we can live mount the database immediately from Rubrik,
and then you can
use it for any purposes.
Roll forward. This is a very interesting feature, right?
A
A
lot
lot
of
of customers actually use it.
customers actually use it.
Now, let's say your production is down,
and
then you want to bring
and
up
then you
your
want to
host
bring up your host
from a certain point in
from a
time.
certain point in time.
Or let's say it's a
Or let's say it's a
whatever
DR
it is.
scenario, whatever it is.
Now, what I can do is
Now, what I can do is I can restore the database and logs from
and
Rubrik,
then apply
and
the
then
archive
apply the
logs
archive logs
from any of the
from
locations
any of the
where
locations where it is being stored.
Okay. Or you can
Okay.
provide a
Or
custom
you can
path.
provide a
If you click
custom
on this
path. If
part,
you
you
click
can
on
provide
this
a
part,
custom
you can
path
provide a custom path
and say, okay,
and
these are
say,
my
okay,
archive
these
logs.
are
I
my
want to
archive
recover
logs. I want to
data from.
recover the data.
So you can actually roll
So you can
forward
actually
the
roll
recovery
forward
as
the
well
recovery as well
to minimize the
to
data
minimize the
loss
data
by
loss
leveraging
by
host logs.
leveraging host logs.
Um,
Um,
Another behavior is,
Another behavior is, with
5.1, what we used to do
5.1,
is,
what we used to do is,
take an
moment
Oracle
we used to
backup,
take an Oracle backup,
we used to delete it
we used to delete
from,
it
from the host.
from the
That
host.
means we used to
That
delete the
means we used
archive
to
logs
delete
from
the
the
archive
host.
logs from the host.
Yes, we used to also
Yes,
take
we used
archive
to
logs
also
back
take
to
archive
Rubrik,
logs back to
but we
Rubrik,
would delete it
but
from
we
the
would
host.
delete it
But
from the
most of
host.
the
But
customers
most of the customers
do
do
not
not
want
want
to have
do
that.
not want to have that.
With 5.2,
With
we
5.2,
have given you
we
more
have
granular
given you more
options
granular options
to retain the
to
archive logs
retain
on
the
Oracle
archive logs
for
on Oracle
indefinite
for
time,
indefinite
or
time,
for
or for
any point in time.
any point
You
in
want to
time.
put it
You
as
want
a
to put it
deletion of
as a
after a
deletion
delete.
of after a delete.
Now let's talk
Now
about
let's talk
MS
about
SQL.
MS SQL.
We introduced
We
MS SQL
introduced MS
with
SQL
3.0,
with
and this is
3.0,
where I
and this
joined
is where
Rubrik
I
at that
joined
point in
Rubrik
time.
at that point in time.
With CDM
With
4.2, we started
4.2,
supporting
we
log
started
shipping,
supporting
we
log
started
shipping,
supporting
we started supporting
file streams,
file streams,
in-memory
in-memory
OLTP. We
OLTPs.
started
We
supporting
started
pre and
supporting
pro
pre
scripts,
and pro scripts,
VDI transaction
VDI
logs,
transaction logs,
and a lot of other things,
and
right?
a lot of other things.
The
Right?
group backups.
The group
With
backups.
5.0,
With
we have brought in
5.0, we have
group
started
backups.
doing group backups.
Now, group backups is
Group
basically, let's say
backups is
you
basically,
have
let's say you have
a SQL cluster,
a SQL cluster,
and then that SQL
and then that
cluster
SQL
has
cluster
got multiple
has
nodes
got
with multiple
nodes with
databases in it.
multiple databases in it.
So this guy will now
So
take a
this guy
backup
will now take a backup
of the whole group.
of the whole group.
We have also introduced
We have
something
also
called
introduced
CBT,
something called
which is called as a
CBT,
change
which is
block
called as
tracking
a change block tracking
for higher performance.
for higher performance.
And then we can
And
actually
then
now
we
do
can
a
actually
line
now
mount
do a line
to do a
mount
failover
to
of a
do a
cluster
failover
as well.
of a cluster as
That
well.
means you can line
That
mount a
means you can
particular
line mount a
database
particular
from
database
one instance to
from
another
one instance to another
to
instance
provide you
to
that near
provide
zero
you that
RTU.
near zero RTU.
With 5.1, we
With
have revamped the
5.1, we have
BSS
revamped the
restores.
BSS
That
restores.
means
That
we have
means
made some
we have
improvement on
made
the
some improvement on the
BSS
BSS
threshold over there. Improved ingest for
Improved
large
ingest for
databases.
large
That means if you
databases.
have a
That
database
means if you
size
have a
for
database size
more
for
than, let's say, 2
more than, let's
terabytes
say,
or 1
2
terabyte,
terabytes or 1
now
terabyte,
using this
CBT
or and
CBT
using
or
this kernel
and using
driver,
this kernel
we
driver,
can now
we can
provide
now
you
provide
a very
you
good
a
performance of
very
it.
good performance of it.
And then the
And
auto
then
discovery
the
and
auto
the hardening
discovery
part.
and the hardening part.
We absolutely
We
so
absolutely moment
moment
you
you install
install
a small
a
agent
small
on
agent
that host,
on that host,
what we will do is we'll
what we will do
automatically
is we'll
discover
automatically discover
all of the
all
databases,
of the
all of
databases,
the
all of
availability,
the availability,
AAG, and all
AAG,
of the SQL
and
Server
all of the
groups.
SQL Server groups. Right?
With
With
5.2, what we have done
5.2,
is,
what we have done
of
is,
course, you have all
of
that
course, you
features
have
what
all
you have
that
seen.
features what you have seen.
But with 5.2,
But with
now you can
5.2,
also
now you
download
can
the
also
files for
download the
offline
files for
purposes.
offline purposes.
Yes, you can export, you
Yes,
can
you can
restore, you
export,
can
you can
line mount.
restore, you can line mount.
And what you see here is
And what
the
you
blue
see here
dots.
is the blue
What you
dots.
see, the blue
What you
dots.
see, the blue dots.
Blue dots is basically
Blue dots is
the
basically
MDF
the
backup,
MDF backup,
or rather
or
the data
rather
backup.
the data backup.
And the
And
green
the
line,
green line or
what
the
you
blue
see
line, what you
underlying
see
before,
underlying before,
is basically
is
the archive
basically
logs, which
the
are the
archive
LDF
logs, which are
files.
the LDF
So
files.
now I can
So now I can
choose the slider, I can
choose
move
the
the
slider,
slider
I
at
can
any
move the
point in
slider
time, I
at
can
any point
restore
in
the
time, I can
database.
restore the database.
What are some of the CDM
What are some of the
enhancements
CDM
we have
enhancements
bought into,
we have bought into,
other features here?
other
But before
features?
jumping into
But
it,
before
let me ask
jumping
you this
into it, let me
question.
ask you this question.
So how
So
prevalent
how
SQL Server
prevalent the
is in
SQL
your
Server is in your
yes, start.
yes,
Please tell me.
please tell me.
For the previous slide,
Uh-huh.
when we choose the bullet point or the bullet line, what's the difference?
I'm sorry, I didn't get the question.
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
When we choose the blue point, blue point, or the line, or blue line, when you choose the different time point, what will happen over the behavior?
Yeah. So these blue lines.
So these blue lines are basically, let's say, a 4-hour backup or like a 2-hour backup. What you see. Right?
So if you see here, I am actually now putting my slider at any point in time. I am now restoring my database from 8:33 a.m. So that is what the blue line. So this blue line. What you see, these are archive log backups. LDF backups. Blue dots. And these blue dots are basically my data backups. Or like an MDF backup. Right. So now I have. Now I can move the data from any point in time. I can move the data from any point in time between the cluster. Restore the database as it is. So what you see here is I'm restoring the database from 8:33 a.m. Right. So that is what I'm doing. So that is what I'm doing over here.
Okay. So does that mean that it's all the same? We can restore or among all the database at any time.
Yes. At any point in time.
But the time is just detailed in minutes, not in seconds. Can we detail to seconds?
No. No.
Just only minutes.
Yeah, so this is hours.
Yeah, so this is hours.
8:33 minutes.
8:33 minutes.
8:33.
Okay.
8:33 a.m. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, with the seconds you can do it through APIs. But in the GUI you don't have seconds. But in APIs you can actually do it within seconds.
Okay.
Question.
Yes.
Hello. Question.
Yes.
Question. Can I share with you the blue dots? I think a full backup means that when you put 8 and 33 a.m. does that mean that recover from the blue dot first, and then they just apply the log? It's not all the blue dots that is recovered, right? It's only the nearest blue dot is recovered, right?
Yeah. So this is the one. So it will take this data block and then it will recover it from here.
It takes the behind. It takes the behind. That one is not the front end, right? Because they're recovering from 8 plus. So if we take the dot,
right. These are the two dots.
These are the two dots. Right?
So archive logs will go back to the nearest point in time and recover it.
So does it need to recover the dot that's behind? If then applies the log.
Yes. Exactly.
And then that will be
but not the data.
So it only recover up to that point.
Yeah, so it will recover from this particular point. But then let's say you move the slider to here. You move the slider to let's say 7 a.m. or something. It will take the data from this particular block.
Okay, so that is a full backup. Block.
It's a full backup, absolutely.
It's a full backup.
It's a full backup. And then you just does it do incremental?
It's an incremental. It is blue dots. So these blue dots are all incremental backups.
So first would be a full backup.
And then absolutely everything is an incremental backup.
Oh, so basically that dot is an incremental backup where you apply the log and then it will restore back to the full.
Yes, exactly. We will hydrate the database when it is restored. The database would be in a hydrated format.
When you restore, is it it's an online restoration or does it need to request the database? Or you need to request the database?
No, you don't have to. You don't have to do anything. This is just online.
So this is called the CDP.
No, the CDP is something else.
CDP is something else. CDP is like
continuous data protection.
Continuous data protection.
So that's something else.
So that's something else.
This is basically we use VSS for backups. So whenever we do a SQL Server backup, we call VSS.
There's a volume shadow copy.
There's a volume shadow copy.
This calls an API.
We QS the database and then we take a backup.
So I will show you.
What you need to do is
It's a snapshot. Is it?
Yeah. This is the
Yeah,
backup.
yeah.
This
This
is
is
the
the
backup
backup.
snapshot.
This
Yeah.
is the
What
backup
you see on
snapshot.
the
Yeah. What you see on the yeah.
Okay.
This is the backup snapshot.
This is
What
the
you
backup
see
snapshot. What you see
on the screen here.
on the screen here.
So this is the
So
recovery window.
this is
So
the
this is
recovery
like the
window. So this is like a
the calendar view,
the
right?
calendar view,
So if you
right?
click on month,
So
you
if
would
you
see
click on
April
month,
1st,
you would
2nd,
see
3rd,
April
right?
1st,
So you
2nd,
can go
3rd,
to
right? So you can
April
go
5th
to April
and then
5th
recover the data from
and then
there.
recover the data from there.
So this is a
So
pure
this is
online
a
backup
pure
of
online
Oracle. This is
backup
not an
of
offline
Oracle. This
backup
is not an
as to
offline
what we
backup
do
as
as
to what
SQL
we
back,
do as
right?
SQL back, right?
Okay.
So this is I will show you.
Okay.
I'll
So this
show
is
you
I will
to
show
in
you.
the
I'll
demo
show you
as well,
to in the demo
Okay.
so
as
that
well,
it is quite
so that
clearer for
it
you.
is quite clearer for you. Yeah.
Thanks.
Unfortunately, we don't
Thanks.
have labs
Unfortunately,
today,
we don't have
but
labs
I will
today,
definitely show you.
but I will definitely show you a demo.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any more questions?
Yeah.
Any more questions?
Okay.
Okay.
So let's talk about the
So
CDM
let's talk about the
enhancements.
CDM enhancements.
What we have bought from an
What we
SLA
have bought
perspective
from
is
an
the
SLA
static
perspective
retention.
is the static retention.
What it means is now
What
you
it
can
means
retain
is
the
now you
existing
can retain the
snapshots
existing
while
snapshots
assigning and
while
editing the
assigning and
SLAs.
editing the
That
SLAs.
means
That
if you
means
see, for an
if you
example, let's
see,
say,
for an example, let's say,
you have put an
you
SLA
know, you
policy
have
with,
put an
let's say,
SLA
3
policy
years
with, let's say,
of
3
retention,
years of
but
retention,
you want to
but
reduce or
you
you
want
want
to
to increase the
reduce, you want to
retention for
increase the
your,
retention
for your further
for
purposes.
your further
So
purposes.
what you do here is you
So
can
what you
simply
do
go
here
to
is
that
you can
particular
simply go to
snapshot
that particular
and
snapshot
change
and change
the timing over there,
the
right?
timing
You
over
can
there,
just simply
right?
right
You
click
can
and
just
say,
simply right click and say,
move the retention to
move the
longer period
retention
of time.
to longer period of time.
So what you see here is,
So what you see here
if you
is,
see,
if
the
you
local
see,
retention was
the
7
local
days, but then I
retention was
changed it
7
to
days,
2
but
years,
then I
93
changed
days.
it
I
to
will
2
show
years,
it to you
93
in the
days. I will
further
show
slides.
it to you in the further slides.
Now I can assign an SLA
Now I
to
can
an
assign
individual
an SLA
snapshots
to an
as well.
individual snapshot as
Earlier
well.
we used to assign it to the
Earlier we
whole
used to
group. Now
assign
you
it
can
to the
assign
whole
it to
group.
a
Now you can assign
individual
it to a
snapshot,
individual snapshot,
which goes as a
which
unmanaged
goes as a
snapshots on Rubrik.
unmanaged snapshots on Rubrik.
And then
And
you
then
can only do
you
these
can
edits
only do
from the
these
source
edits
cluster.
from the source
That
cluster.
means
That
if
means
you have a
if you have
DR,
a
sorry, if you have an
DR,
active passive
sorry, if you have
cluster,
an active passive cluster,
or if you have an active
or if you have an active
design, by the way,
design, by
I
the
can
way,
only
I can
edit
only
on the source
edit
cluster and
on the
not on
source
the
cluster and not
the
on the
DR target.
the DR target.
We can also do a legal
We
hold
can also do a legal
onto your
hold
system or
onto
onto
your
your
system
snapshot.
or onto your
You
snapshot.
can simply go to
You
any
can simply
object
go to any
and
object
right click on that
and
particular
right
object
click
and
on that
say
particular
place
object
on
and
legal
say
hold.
place on
Now
legal
what
hold.
will legal hold
Now
do
what
is
will legal hold do
will
is
put
legal
that
hold
particular
will put
snapshot
that
for an
particular
indefinite
snapshot for an
retention,
indefinite
and then
retention,
you cannot change that
and then you
snapshot till
cannot
the
change
time
that
you have it on
snapshot
the
till
brick.
the time you have it on the brick.
And then you can later download the snapshot
the snapshot
from that particular
from that particular point in
which
time,
also includes the
which
checksum
also
to
includes the
validate the
checksum to
authenticity of the
validate the
data.
authenticity of the data.
So the use cases for
the use cases for
snapshot retention
snapshot
for
retention
legal
or
holders
for legal
like your
holders
exchange,
like your
like
exchange,
many of my exchange
like
customers
many of
would
my
want to
exchange
have it
customers
as a
would
legal
want to
hold.
have it as a legal hold.
There you can do legal hold
There you can do
by
legal
putting a
hold
warm
by
compliant
putting a warm
storage as well.
compliant storage as well.
Granular
Granular
access,
role
which is like an RBAC
access, which
access,
is
what
like
we
an
have given.
RBAC access, what we have
So if
given.
you see, we can now
So if you see,
customize
we
the
can now
roles
customize the roles
and identity
and
for
identity
your
for
users,
your
right?
users.
Basically, I can tell a user
Basically, I
as to
can tell a
what kind
user
of
as to what
performance, or
kind of
sorry, or what kind
performance,
of
or sorry, or
operations
what kind of
that can
operations
they do.
that can they
Whether
do.
it can be
Whether it can
infrastructure
be
admin role,
infrastructure admin
whether it
role,
can be a system
whether it can be
configuration
a
role,
system
or
configuration
an
role,
access management,
or an
or like a
access
support
management,
role.
or like a support
Each
role.
of these
Each of these
administrators
administrators will have its own privileges
with certain
with certain
configurations to the data.
configurations to the data.
This is very important
This is very
for
important
customers who are actually
customers
having
who are actually
large
having
sets of data
large sets of
or
data
large sets of
or large
organization
sets
under
of
them,
organization under
which
them,
basically
which basically
so for an example, let's
so
say
for an example, let's say
you have a
you have
SQL admin, you
a
have a
SQL
VMware
admin, you have
admin,
a
you have a
VMware admin,
database
you have
admin,
a
so many
database
admins, right?
admin, so many
So now
admins,
what
right?
you can do here
So now
is
what
with
you can do
those,
here is
what
with
you can do
those,
with this
what you
is
can do with this
basically
is
you can
basically you can
provide
roles and responsibility to each of these guys. Okay.
And then we have improved the reporting and the monitoring. So I will now show you the compliance and the time range part from the 24-hour, from 7 days, 30 days, wherever you want to put it.
The snapshot
And
index
the snapshot index status. We will also let you know whether the snapshot has been indexed or not after taking a backup. Because without indexing, we cannot, without indexing, you cannot take a backup. That's the first function of a backup. You have to index.
一样可以开那个外部头。
Apart from that, there are some
那像
other
Sweet Code 是到时候再打电话进来问哦。
cluster upgrades. Now we have
improved our cluster upgrades as
所以我
well.
线上开户的时候我会知道。
5.0 to
啊，
5.1 or so.
Now I can have multiple replication targets. That means I can do one to many. For now, I can only add two replication targets. VMware support tools. We also support the new and the old. But we start
账号当然是开完以后才会知道啊。我的意思是我开完以后，我
we
的
have
Sweet
added
Code
flash
才出现。
compatible archival target. And then we have disabled
the encryption on the NFS target.
The reason we have disabled this is because many of the customers, what they say is, if the data is secured and if the data is transient, it doesn't provide data reduction portfolio. It doesn't provide
不一定吧，可能
the
2万美金吧。
dedupe of that particular NFS target. So once you disable it, you can actually utilize the NFS target, or you can utilize the deduplication.
以下我那天讲是180万。
Now we have a centralized certificate management from a central location, and then we have added more.
就是台湾花旗，然后直接线上看就好。
BCB, Solaris file set on XCDC, and then all of other things. Okay, now this is important. This is important. So this is what our servers are. This is what our appliances are. So somebody said, right? So we start as low as with 3 nodes. If you see Rubrik R6000 series. Now the first letter R stands for Rubrik. 6 stands for the product family. The next letter stands for the number of nodes. And then the last 4 digits. And the last 2 digits are the disk capacity, basically. So what you see here is R6304. R6 is the series name. 3 is the number of nodes. And 04 is the number of 3 nodes. That is a 3 node box with 4 TB. Similarly 6404. 4 nodes with 4 TB drives. So the effective capacity is 30 TB. 6408 is 60 TB. 6410 is 75. 12 is 90, 6416 is 120. One thing what you can do here is you can mix and match these appliances at any point in time, and then it will work seamlessly as the way it has to. But our highest capacity appliance today is 120 terabytes, which is deduped and compressed. Please understand this is not the front end TV. This is the backend data what we are providing over here. So any questions on the appliance part?
Question?
Yes.
For the space, for example, 6304 is 12 TB. Is the after write size and after erasure code? Yes.
12 TB
so is the
is the usable capacity.
Usable.
Yes.
Not including dedupe.
This is in dedupe. Yes.
Including dedupe.
Yes. This is deduped and compressed data. This 12 TB. Yes.
Oh, dedupe and the compressed.
So for an example, let's say we provide you 4:1. let's say 4:1 of compression, video. So in this, you can actually support somewhere around 50 terabytes of data. 40 to 30 terabytes. 40 to 30 terabytes with 12 terabyte appliance. 30 TB, 30 to 35 TB can be a front end.
But how we can make sure that the tube and compressed data compressed rate?
Yeah, because when we do the sizing, we take minimal sizing of 2.5x of dedupe of all the objects, and that's how we size the appliance. So when the data comes onto Rubrik, because we support inline deduplication, and also we do a post deduplication. So when we size the data, we size it on the used capacity, not on the front end size. So for an example, you have let's say SQL Server. Okay. Now this SQL Server is basically let's say you're using 100 GB. Now this SQL Server, and then in that 100 GB you're only using 50 GB. So we will only size it for 50 GB. We will not size it for 100 GB. That is what the backend capacity means. And then this is absolutely compressed and dedupe. Did I answer your question? Yes. Hello. Did I answer your question?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah, and then it also comes with SFP and 10 gig interface, right? So you can either have C-based or you can have 10-based T as well. Since our inception, we were supporting a concept called cloud out. Now, what this cloud out means is I take a backup on premise. I can move the data to the cloud for long-term archival. That is called cloud out. Okay. So cloud out can be anywhere. Cloud out can be on premise. Cloud out can be cloud out can be cloud or anything like that. So you take a backup here, move the data to AWS or and share it on S3 or block target. The second concept is we provide you DR on demand. That means cloud on, cloud instantiation. So any data which goes and sits on the cloud, you can now instantiate EC2 instance. Like an Azure VM by converting the AMI, right? And then we also provide you cloud-based protection. That means if you have, let's say, running SQL servers, or if you're running EC2 instances on the cloud, what you can do here is you can install something called a cloud cluster, and then you can start supporting or start protecting the data on the cloud itself. Of course, you would need four nodes or like four EC2 instances to deploy the cluster. Once you deploy the cluster, you can start taking the backups of your EC2 or even your EBS tool. This is also cloud native protection, basically. Now, what does a cloud native protection mean? We have introduced a concept called Rubrik Polaris. Rubrik Polaris is basically SaaS-based application which takes backup without. So that means customers need not need to buy any hardware. Customer need not need to invest on any hardware. So this is how we actually do using Cloud Polaris native protection. The other important thing over here is this is a SaaS platform. That means you do not need any additional hardware to protect your application. And that is where it shows the complexity of it. That is where how easy it is to be used. We want our customers to use the cheapest available storage. Now, what it means is
you
can have multiple
you can
applications
have
running.
multiple applications
You can
running.
have VMware, you can have Oracle,
VMware, you can have
SQL,
Oracle, SQL,
NAS, or anything like
NAS,
that.
or
right?
anything like that.
Now I can
right?
tier
Now
that
I can
data
tier
either to a
the
public
data
cloud
either to a public
or either
cloud
to a private
or
cloud.
either to a private cloud.
Right? I can move it to S3.
I can move it to S3. Glacier.
I can move it to
I
hot
can move
storage
it to
or a block
hot storage
or
or
I
a
can
block
move it
storage,
to a cold
or I
line
can
or
move
a
it to a cold line or a near line
over here at
storage
Google.
over here.
But if you want to go for a
But if you
cheapest
want to
option,
go for
you
a
can
cheapest
also go
option,
with
you
object
can also
storage,
go with object
like
storage,
on-premise object storage,
like on-premise object
like,
storage, like
OpenStack Ceph,
OpenStack Ceph, like
Scality,
Scality,
Huawei Fusion
your
Store,
Huawei Fusion Store, or
whichever storage which is FC,
whichever storage which is FC
based,
which is FC based, you
for
can start using it for
archiving the data.
Archiving the data.
You can also store
you can also store
you can
it
also
on
store
tape. You can also
your
store
last
it on
targets as well.
your last targets as well.
When we move the data,
we move the data and the metadata along with it.
Right? That means if I'm writing a block, that block is also moving
to my archival target with its associated data.
So that you can do now
So that you can do now
from
a search
an on-premise cluster
from an
and
on-premise
find out
cluster
information,
and find out information
depending on what you want.
depending on what you want.
So how does a cloud out work?
So
first thing what you need to do is you need
to create an SLA policy on Rubrik.
In that SLA policy,
you
this
add
archival target,
this archival target
right?
to it.
And then when you take a backup,
And then when you take a backup
target,
of this archival target, right?
Using this log management,
it pushes the data to any of this.
So you have this front end.
So you have this front end API gateway
which I showed you in my further slides. I spoke about
Callisto
metadata store.
Callisto metadata store
does all of these kinds of
functions.
So if you want to move this VM,
to this particular data, so you attach this VM to this SLA policy,
add an archival target, and then move it back
to any of the private clouds or to any of the public clouds.
How do I
now instantiate
on
the data
on the VM
on the cloud?
So basically now you can instantiate the same VMDK.
So for example, let's say this is an app, you're storing it on Azure.
You can now instantiate
and
to
convert
a
it
native EC2
to a
instance.
native EC2
Convert
instance.
it into a native Azure. Convert it into native Google GCP VM. So this is the power.
So this is the power of Rubrik, right?
You can the use cases are your dev test or sandbox. You can
you can now
do all kinds of developer testing
on
with Rubrik.
With Rubrik.
You can recover from disasters. The way you can recover from disasters. You can simply do cloud on. That means it is DR on demand. And then you can also use this migrate the data to the cloud as well. You can use this for migrating the data to the cloud. Many of our customers are using this function today. And then they are using it for migrating the data and also using it as a DR. Any questions here? This is an important topic. Any questions here?
No, sir. No.
Okay. Cool. So, as I said, how does it work, right? So you have to configure it
SLA policy.
Using an SLA policy.
You can configure and
then you archive it to a blob storage.
Right? And then
I can instantiate it
using a temporary bolt instance which is sitting on the cloud,
which is triggered by Rubrik itself. right? And then this happens.
And then this
when
happens
you actually perform this
when you
operation
actually
from the
perform
UI,
this operation from the UI.
right? And then this is a very simple.
And then this is a very simple. This is a very simple thing.
This is a very simple thing. You have to
This is a
just
very
simply
simple thing. You have to
to
just
that
simply
particular
go
snapshot
to that
and
particular
then say
snapshot
launch
and
on
then
cloud.
say
When
launch
you
on
see
cloud.
launch on cloud,
When you see launch on
this
cloud,
guy goes to the cloud
this
and
guy
launch
goes to the
itself
cloud and launch
as a
itself
as a
as a
as a
you know
VM image,
as a VM image,
right?
right?
So how does a cloud edition work?
So how does a cloud
edition
edition
is
work?
also very
So
simple.
cloud edition is also very
What
simple.
you have to do is you have to create
What you
an
have to do is you have
instance.
to create an instance.
You have to create an
You
instance of
you have to
Rubrik
create an
in
instance of Rubrik
AWS,
in
Azure, or
AWS, Azure, or GCP.
What you need to do is you have to take
What you need to do
four
is you have to
M5X
take
large
four
VMs.
M5X large VMs.
These M5X large VMs,
These M5X large VMs,
can be deployed on
can
your
be deployed on your
cloud, and then now
cloud,
you can deploy
and then now
your
you can
cluster
deploy
on the cloud.
your cluster on the cloud.
Once you deploy on the cluster on the
Once you
cloud,
deploy on the cluster on the
management,
cloud,
the
you will see the
GUI,
same management, the same
and then now
GUI,
you can configure
and then now you can
the SLA
configure
policy for
the
backups
SLA
and
policy
archiving
for
your
backups and
desired
archiving
workloads.
for your desired workloads.
It's the same. It's the
same.
process over there.
It's the same process over there.
And then you can protect
And then
your
you can
snapshots
protect
using
your
the same
snapshots using the same UI.
UI, right? Now, how you do it?
Now,
It's
how
the
you
same
do it?
process, right? I mean,
It's the same process,
whatever
right?
cluster,
Whatever
what you see over
cluster,
here,
what you
it's
see
the
over
same
here,
cluster over there
it's the
also.
same cluster over there also.
So these are the various cloud edition.
So these are the
platforms,
various cloud edition
and
platforms.
These are
and
the
these are the
the addition.
the addition
is.
the thing.
So if you see the AWS,
regular nodes, you can actually use an M5X large,
4x4 CPUs,
4x4
with
CPUs with some
flash.
memory and some flash.
Or if you want to use Azure
Or
dense
if you want to use
nodes,
Azure dense
Azure
nodes,
dense nodes
right?
will also include
Azure dense nodes will also
M5X large,
include
but
M5X
with
large,
more
but
vCPUs,
with more
with more
vCPUs
memories.
and with more memories.
Similarly to Azure,
Similarly to Azure nodes and all of.
and then what you can protect with cloud
What you
edition
can
today
protect
on the
with
cloud
cloud
is
edition
SQL
today on the
Server,
cloud
file
is
sets,
SQL
Oracle
Server,
Snappables,
file sets, Oracle
Data
Snappables,
Archive, Managed
Mass
Volumes,
Data
and
Archive,
SAP HANA.
Managed Volumes, and SAP HANA.
And then we also provide you
And then we also
support
provide you
nodes as
support
well.
on
So
the
if you have a
regular
regular
nodes
node,
as well.
we
So
can
if
just
you have a
provide
regular
simpler
node, we can
files.
just provide you.
But if you want more
files.
performant
But if you want more performant
you have to go with
one,
dense nodes to
you have to
protect
go
all
with
of
dense
these
nodes to protect all of these guys.
We do not support CDP.
We do not support
the
CDP
cluster edition.
with the cluster edition.
Apart from that,
Apart from
every
that,
other function is
every
absolutely
other
same.
function is absolutely same.
Any questions on this configuration?
Any questions on this configuration?
And then you can scale up to 24
And then you can
terabytes
scale
with
up to
Azure,
24 terabytes with
nodes
Azure
and with
regular
96
nodes
TB with
and
dense.
with 96 TB with dense.
But please mind you, this is like one cluster.
Mind you, this is like one cluster.
You cannot add on.
You cannot add on different cluster to the same nodes.
Question?
Yes.
Yes.
For Azure regular, why the memory is just only 1 gig?
Memory? No. Memory is not 1 gig.
4 plus 1 gig. 4 plus 1 gig.
No, this is 16 gigs.
Azure, Azure regular.
Azure
is 1 gig. No, I think
Azure
this
is
a
1
mistake.
gig. No,
This
I
is
think
16
this is
gig.
a mistake. This is
not
16
1
gig. This is not 1 gig.
Okay. Oh, I think the 1 gig is so small. Yeah.
No. This is
Okay.
No,
this is a
this
mistake.
is
This
a mistake.
gigs.
This should be 16 gigs. This is
Okay.
not 1 gig.
Okay, got it.
Right. So let's talk about Polaris right now.
Let's talk about Polaris right now.
Now Polaris is a different
Polaris is a different method of taking backups.
This Polaris
this
will take backups.
Polaris will take backups
using an API called VM import and export.
VM import and export.
So when you install Rubrik Polaris, this is a SaaS platform. There is no infrastructure, zero infrastructure, and then the setup is very
and then this is an agentless auto discovery, and then this is an agentless backup.
Once you discover all of these VMs onto Polaris by authorizing your
AWS account,
right? We automatically discover all
of your VMs,
right? And then once you discover your VMs,
you
can assign an SLA
policy onto those particular VMs,
and then do a tag-based protection and instantly restore
within few clicks.
We unify the management.
The management
is unified.
The management is unified.
So let's say you have deployments,
private clouds,
managed service provider, or
wherever it is.
So you can now
use
the unified management to view all the data centers, or everything at one point in time. So what is the operational journey over here? It's a very quick start. It's a very quick start. It's a zero installation.
It's a zero installation. It's a two-step process,
and it does a normal auto discovery,
right?
And then we make sure
we provide you all of those necessary integration parts with this
moment we do a quick start, we
can provide the snapshot lifecycle management,
and then we can start protecting the
database, or we can start protecting everything.
And then within the single clicks, we can
provide you the orchestration,
and then we can also provide you
the other functionalities of a Rubrik Polaris SaaS platform.
So how does a cloud native protection work?
work?
So first you need to authorize.
The
cross accounts like
IAM roles and authorize Rubrik to your AWS.
Any cloud provider will have
that IAM role.
And then you configure it. You
configure an SLA policy. Moment you provide
we will auto discover all of those.
names.
We provide
that replication requirements.
And then we take the EBS and the EC2
snapshots to protect them, and then we auto protect using tag.
So we call the APIs.
So we call the APIs.
If you have an EC2
or an Azure VM or an Azure VM,
we convert that into AMI
or a disk.
Or if you have a EBS management or
Azure managed disk,
we take a backup of all of these.
All together we take a backup of all of these stacks.
Right? Is there any doubts here? Any questions?
On
the cloud native using managed
disk and EBS? Okay.
So we can take a 30-minute break.
Question. Going to go back to the previous. So for this so basically only do the protection for anything that's run virtual on the cloud, right? It doesn't do the physical backup.
No, it does a physical backup as well.
Anything which is there on your managed disk or your EBS, we take a backup.
So let's say you have an EC2 instance.
Now
that EC2 instance has got
EBS attached to it.
Now what you can do is now you can take
the whole stack backup.
Like starting from the EC2, you can take
the whole stack
back.
It's
really a virtual machine, right? It's a virtual machine.
It's a virtual machine.
So
can also install.
what I mean is that backup is really backing up all virtual machine, right? Not physical machine, right?
No, in cloud it's all virtual.
No, in cloud it's all
virtual, right?
virtual only, right?
It's virtual, right? So it doesn't.
Yeah, on cloud everything is virtual.
Yeah, on cloud everything is virtual, right?
There is nothing called physical.
Okay.
On the
There is
cloud,
nothing
right?
called physical on the cloud, right?
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah,
On
that's
cloud
what I
there is
mean.
nothing called physical.
On cloud there is
It's all
nothing called
virtual.
physical. It's all virtual.
Okay.
Oh, so you still need to convert it.
So you still need to
AMI,
convert it to
this
AMI,
before you can
this
back it up.
snapshot before you can.
Yeah, so there are two ways.
Yeah, so there are two ways.
So there are two things.
No,
right?
no, no.
So there
So,
is
so
something
there are
called
two
cloud
things,
on.
right? So there is something called cloud
Now, what
on.
does a cloud on means?
Now, what does a
I
cloud
showed
on
you in my
means?
slides, right?
And I showed you in my
Cloud
slides,
on
right?
will
The
convert
cloud on will
your
convert
on-premise
your on-premise
VMDKs or your on-premise
VMDKs
snapshots
or your on-premise
to
snapshots
a
to
cloud image
a
using
cloud
AMIs.
image using
Okay.
AMIs.
Now, what I'm
Okay.
showing you on this
Now,
screen
what
is
I'm showing you
this
on
is
this
a
screen
native
is
protection
this is a
of
native
your EC2
protection
instances
of
or
your
of
EC2
your
instances
Azure
or
VMs
of your Azure VMs
on the cloud itself,
on the cloud itself.
right?
Right?
Does that make sense?
Does it make sense?
So you're saying that
you're saying that
backing up
backing up based on
EC2 when you convert
the
to
EC2 when you convert when you said VMDK, you convert.
No, there are two things.
No, there are two things.
There are two things.
There are two things. There are two things.
So, okay, let's
So-
go back to that slide.
Okay, let me go back to that slide. One second.
I think I showed this slide.
I think I showed
This was a
this
slide, right?
So this was a slide, right?
So this is where. So this
So
is your
this is
on-premise
where.
VM.
So this is your on-premise VM. Okay.
Now this on-premise VM, we are
Now this
converting
on-premise
into
VM,
an
we are
AMI or
converting
Azure
into
VH.
an AMI or Azure
This is
VH.
called cloud on.
Okay. This is called cloud on.
Now what we are showing you here is.
Now what we are showing
this
you
is
here
the
is
net- so let's say
this is the net. So
application
let's say
itself is on
the application
AWS
itself
or
is on
Azure.
AWS
How do
or
you take
Azure.
that backup?
How do you take that
This
back?
is what I'm trying to show.
This is what I'm trying to show.
converting your
This
on-premise
is
VM
I'm
to an
converting
AMI.
your on-premise
It's a
VM to an
different
AMI.
story. If you see there
It's
is
a
no
different
rubric
story.
here. You see
If you
that,
see
right?
there is no rubric here, you see that, right? There is no
But here
rubric.
there is a rubric.
But here there is a rubric.
These snapshots are getting
These
converted
snapshots
into
are
a
getting
native
converted
EC2 instance.
into a native
But
EC2
these
instances.
snapshots,
But
so
these
sorry, these
snapshots,
you know,
so
these
sorry,
applications are already
you
there
know,
on the
these
cloud. These are
applications
like
are already there on
cloud-borne
the cloud. These
applications,
are like cloud-borne applications,
right?
right?
So we are taking backups
Right?
of those.
So we are
cloud-borne
taking backups
applications
of
using
those
Polaris.
cloud-borne
So this is what
applications
you
using
see.
Polaris. So this is what you see here.
This is what you see here.
This
So
is
the
what you
first
see
one is
here.
the cloud on.
So the first one is the
one that
cloud on, the one that mentioned.
Yeah. So first one is the cloud
Yeah.
on,
So first one is the cloud on,
which takes your data,
which takes
so
your
let's say you
data,
have,
which
that's what I'm trying to
so
say.
let's say
right?
you
So
have
let's say
that's
you
what I'm
have
trying to say, right? So let's say
on-premise
you have
VMs, okay?
on-premise VMs.
You want to
okay?
migrate that to
You want to migrate that to
How do you do that?
cloud.
You
How do
use
you do
cloud
that?
on.
You use cloud
You
on.
take that VMDK
You take that
and
VMDK
then install it on
and
the
then
cloud as an
install
EC2
it
instance.
on the cloud as an EC2
But
instance.
what if you already
But
have
what
EC2
if you
instances on the
already
cloud?
have EC2
How do you
instances
protect
on the
that?
cloud?
How do you
How do you
your
protect
Azure
that?
VMs?
How do you protect
You
your Azure
protect it
VMs?
using Polaris.
You protect it using Polaris.
This is what I was talking about.
This is what I was talking about.
So the first one is the cloud on.
Oh, the first one is the cloud on. Second one is
Yeah, so there are four functionalities.
yeah.
right?
So there
one
are
is
four
cloud out,
functionalities, right? So one is cloud out,
cloud on,
cloud on,
edition,
cloud
and then cloud
edition,
native.
and
So
then
what
cloud
I'm
native.
showing you here is around
So what
cloud
I'm
native.
showing you here is around cloud native.
So below one is a cloud native.
So below one is a cloud
Yeah,
native.
this is cloud native. On
Yeah,
this
this is
screen,
cloud
what you
native.
see is cloud
On
native.
this screen, what you see is cloud native.
And the conversion to AMI.
And the conversion to AMI, that one is basically.
I'm sorry?
The first one that you show that is a
The
conversion.
first one that
of
you
AMI
show that is a conversion
snapshot,
of
that is the
AMI
one that does not
snapshot.
mention
That is the
about
one that does not
cloud
mention
on, right?
about the.
Yeah,
cloud
that
on,
is
right?
cloud on. Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah,
So
that
below
is
one
cloud
is
on.
a-
Yes,
is a
yes, yes.
cloud
That below one
native
is a cloud
Yes.
native.
Yeah, this is
protection.
yeah.
Yes.
What you see
Yeah,
here
this
is
is
cloud native.
Yeah, what you
Yes.
see here is
The
cloud
EDS
native.
snapshot is
Yes.
a cloud native.
The EDS snapshot is a cloud
Yes,
native.
yes, yes, yes.
Okay, okay.
Yes, 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 yes.
Okay, okay.
Okay. So, what's the time there in
So,
Singapore?
what's the
I think
time
it
there in
is
Singapore?
12,
I think it is
15.
12:15,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So, do you
Okay.
guys want to break out for
So,
lunch?
do you guys want to break out for lunch?
Can we meet at 1:15?
Can we meet at 1:15 p.m.?
I'm okay.
Hello?
Yeah. I'm okay.
Hello?
Yeah.
So let's go for a
let's go for a
let's meet at 1 p.m.
Let's meet at 1
Let's take a
1
45-minute
p.m.
break
Let's take a 45-minute
and
break
then meet at 1 p.m.
and then meet at 1
Guys
1
in
p.m.
Taiwan, is that okay?
Guys in Taiwan, is that okay for you?
Guys in China,
Okay.
is it
Guys
okay
in
for you?
China, guys in China, is it okay for you?
Okay. Okay for Taiwan West Coast.
Okay, perfect. So we will meet in another 45
So we will
minutes
meet
from now.
in another 45 minutes from now. Okay?
Okay, sir. Okay.
So it will be
Yes, sir, okay.
45 minutes rest.
Not rest.
You can not rest. You can break out for
Lunchtime
lunch.
over there.
Okay.
Is it a lunchtime over there?
Okay.
I know it
Maybe
will
we take backup, right?
and
And then we will also do a demo on it to show like how do we do backup. Okay. So if you see the database market, this is one of the largest used workloads in the data center, right? I mean, if you divide the workloads, you will have database to be one of the prominent figures from a PO standpoint as well. Okay, and then if you break into and then if you further break down, you see Oracle holds the largest market share, followed by SQL Server, followed by IBM DB2, and then SAP, and then all the other NoSQL databases like MongoDB, Postgres, or MySQL. But predominant major databases are Oracle and SQL Server. And slowly what you're seeing is like SAP HANA is taking over DB2. From a lot of enterprise perspective, and then other databases as well. So what is the approach for Rubrik for taking this back, right? One way of doing backups with Rubrik is to provide you the simplistic approach to take these backups, right? And eliminate any manual scripting which is needed. Like for an example, you need not need to write RMN script. You need not need to write pg.dump scripts, right? So you're free from that. And then provide you a policy-based automation. And then near zero RTO, near your recovery time objectives for your databases, right? And then auto discovery those databases. Right? So let's say you are having a rack with 8 nodes. You discover all the 8 nodes and then say it's a rack. Let's say you have a single instance with like 100 databases. Movement to install a small agent on that particular host, you automatically discover all of those databases. And the other way is, we let the DBA control the backups. Okay. Let the DBA own their RMN scripts. Let the DBA own the SQL Server backups or any backups. And then we provide you native tools like Elastic App Service. Okay. By providing app-aware data reduction, and then provide it as a target to these databases like Oracle or HANA or even Mongo or even Cassandra, right? So we give you an NFS target. We give you an NFS, a target. And then you can write the data onto this particular target using your own backup methods or your own SQL Server commands, right? So these are the two ways we provide backup for databases. So this is more predominant what we see customers are doing, and then I will talk about how why, right? So what are the most common activities, right? Sorry. What are the most common activities of a DBA? So what's the life of a DBA, right? I know you might be knowing a lot of things about this, in this market, but I just want to reiterate it, right? So he has to do a backup and recovery at a certain SLA or at a certain given point in time. He has to make sure that we provide compliance for that particular data for audit purpose. He has to provide, validate the backups and the restores, and also the DR drills, right?
and then validating the
system
system
and
and
upgrading the patches
by time to time
to maintain
the performance, right?
So
He has
he has to do a lot of
things,
things, right? He has to do manual
scripting.
scriptings.
He
He has to adhere to challenging SLA policies.
Like
Basically,
he can
he can have a weekly backup. He can have a daily backup. Archive logs have to be taken at a certain interval. So he has to basically manage all of that scripting.
And
then the storage, right? He has to manage the storage as well for his monthly, for the weeklies, and for the yearly backups,
right?
So this is a very daunting task these days for databases, right?
So
how does Rubrik solve the challenges, right?
How does
we solve the challenges for your SQL Server and for your Oracle databases?
So
two things what we do is
we provide
simplicity
and
auto discovery to your databases.
That means
we will identify all the clusters, all the hosts, all the databases, and with their table spaces from our discovery standpoint.
And then we apply that SLA policies, which you have to create, right? While creating a Rubrik machine or
Rubrik UI.
This SLA policy is a log management tool which protects and eliminates the manual operations for taking backups. So you need not have to create a job, or you need not have to schedule a job for backups. Like let Rubrik handle that. And then we provide you near zero RTO for immediate restores, right? And also for self-service database flows. So if you want to do any kind of testing development, if you want to update a patch on a database, you can simply live mount. So these are the three things what you can do with these databases. You can export it from wherever you want to export, right? You can instantly recover it. That means you can, during DR purposes, you can use this function, which is again immediate, and then you can mount it, right? Basically, you can perform a live mount to any other alternate host of your choice. So we propose automation and near zero RTO for your DBAs. So from an automation standpoint, as I said, DBAs need not need to schedule their backups. They need not need to maintain their jobs. They need not need to maintain their armament scripts, right? We will protect all of the new databases. So for example, you have an instance. So let's say you have protected an instance of let's say 50 databases, and let's say tomorrow you have added 10 more databases. So what will happen is these 10 databases will automatically go into that SLA policy for the backups. You need not need to do any manual intervention. And then we provide one full backup and then incremental forever. For SQL, we have the CBT. We take care of change block tracking. And then for Oracle, we take care of incremental merge. Which basically provides this incremental backups for your Oracle databases. And then for restoring the database now, you need not need to copy the database to a secondary target. Then restore the database from there, right? So which is a hassle-full task. Like Rubrik provides you an NFS mount. And then we give your database as it is over SMB or over NFS, and then we control the whole process of it. Right? The other way of doing backup, we just spoke about Elastic App Services, which is called as managed volumes. So what happens is from Rubrik you can create a managed volume either in SMB or NFS, and then attach it to this particular host wherever the database is running. Like for an example, if you're running a Postgre server either on a VM or a physical server, I can attach, I can mount, do mount this NFS share to this server, and then use pg dump commands to dump the data on this particular NFS target. We give you the same automation here, like an SLA retention where we maintain the life cycle, and then all the backups which are happening on Rubrik are immutable. From here, I can also migrate it to any of the secondary storage for long-term archival and for compliance, either it be cloud or either it can be a private, public or a private cloud. Let's do a SQL demo today and then showcase you, how we perform a backup on SQL databases. So just give me a minute. Okay. Let me just log into my Labs. Meanwhile, guys, if you have any questions, please ask. I mean, this is a very important session. Databases are very important for Rubrik, and then very large customers are actually working on this today. Any questions? Okay, since
actually, I want to see your demo, and after wish you to rebriefing the scenario of the database backup.
Yes, absolutely. So let me share my screen. Okay. Do you see the screen now? Is everybody able to see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the Rubrik UI. Okay. So when you log in to Rubrik, you do not need any Java or Flash or any kind of that jazz. This is just an HTTP. You can just use an HTTP and then one second. This is an HTTP file. Sorry, this is an HTTP address. And then once you log in, you log into this particular page. Right? So what you see here is the last 24-hour backups, right? What have failed, what have completed, what have been scheduled. This gives you the performance status, of your ingestion rates, right? They show you how many live ones you have. If you have any live ones, in this case, there is one live one here. And then this is the node. So as I said, this is a hyper-converged platform with four data nodes. So if I click on this, what you see here is these are the four individual nodes, right? Each having the CPU and each having their memory. And then its own 10 gig IP addresses, right? And then if you further click on this particular node, what you see is each node has three disks. In this case, it is a 4 terabyte disk. And then you have 450 GB of flash on each node. And then you see this 10 gig network. And then it has its own CPU, and it has got its own memory. So coming back, and then what you see here is the global reduction. So one thing about Rubrik is we do a global data reduction. Yes, we also do it on individuals objects, but then we also do it globally. And then what you see here is like how many vSphere VMs we have protected, how many have and then this shows you the SLA speed. The SLA is very important. The SLA is very important. I will show you the creation of it, how easy is it. So today, given that we don't have any labs, so let's concentrate on the demo part a lot. And then you don't have the capacity. You have the capacity to see what's the runway left on this particular cluster. Okay. I will not go through this monitoring. Yes, the monitoring is quickly. It will show you what is failed, what is completed. What is scheduled? You can also filter it by objects. You can filter it by the task, archival or anything like that. Or you can filter the task by success or warning. Or you can also exclude the logs or include the log. You can all see. And next comes the SLA domains.
SLA domains, right?
So what you see here is
So
there are
what you see here is there are two domains.
Local
One
and
is a
one is a remote.
local and one
So
is a
local
remote.
is your
So local is your basically the source cluster
working.
where you're
And
working.
remote is basically
like
a DR
like
cluster.
a,
So in
like
this
a DR
case,
cluster. So in this case, let me open a DR cluster.
So this is my DR cluster.
So this is my DR cluster which I'm opening.
So APAC 1,
So
RBK
APAC 1, RBK01 is my
production.
DC, is in production.
APAC 2,
And
RBK01
APAC 2, RBK01 is basically
is my
target
cluster. Okay.
Target cluster.
So what you will see here is
I will show you a couple of things. Anyways, I mean the UI remains the same, like wherever the cluster is.
So what you will see here is I
have created many SLA domains.
I mean you can create n number
you
of
can
SLA
create
domains
n number of SLA domains as well.
So I will create a new one.
I will create a new
What
one.
I'll click on
So
the
what I
plus
will
sign,
do is I'll click on the plus
and I will
sign
give it a name.
and I will give it a name.
So I'll just give it a name called
RTP training.
So what you see here is
continuous data protection. So when you enable this option,
now you can
take backups.
So you have to
right?
say like
So
1
you have
hour,
to say
wherever
like 1 hour,
Now
wherever
you
you
can
take
take backups.
Now you can take backups
And keep that for
and
4
keep
hours.
that
for
for 4
every 30
hours
seconds.
for every
That
30
means
seconds.
You
That
have
means
a near
you
zero
have
copy
a near
or a
zero
near
copy
RPO
or a
copy.
near RPO
Every 30
copy.
seconds you have
Every 30 seconds you have an
RPO like
RPO like
the objective point
the objective point
you will see all
where
these
you will see all these
residing.
snapshots residing over.
But we will not discuss on this part.
We will not discuss on this part.
So what we will do is
configure our backups.
So can I take any of your names?
So for an example, let's say
so West, can you
tell me a typical
SLA
policies,
like your
daily, like your weekly, like can you tell me a typical
what you see with
backup policies, what you see with your customers?
Star.
Yeah.
So can you say like
can you say like
can you tell me like a typical
backup
SLA policy?
Typical backup use the grandfather father son. Maybe we can do a full backup every Sunday night or Friday night.
Okay.
And each day for the incremental or differential.
Okay. So this is where Rubrik is very
different.
This is where
Rubrik is very different.
That we do not do full backups.
We do not do
weekly.
We do not do weekly fulls. We do not do
one full backup and
we do one full backup and incremental for that.
So
we just only the first time is a full backup and the increment always incremental.
Yeah, it's always incremental.
So
let me give you the
example. Let me give you the example. So let's say I take an hourly. So let's say I take a backup every 4 hours.
For let's say 3
Keep
days.
it for let's say 3 days.
I take a backup.
I take a daily backup
for let's say
I keep it for let's say 30 days.
I take a weekly backup on Friday.
Weekly backup on Friday. I keep it for let's say 21 weeks. 4 weeks.
And then I take a monthly backup.
And then I take a monthly backup and then I keep it for 1 year. Okay.
Then I keep it for 1 year.
I keep it for 1 year.
So what here you would see,
you can
do your quarterly backups.
You can do your quarterly backups and then you can do your yearly backups.
Let's say you take a yearly backup. Last day of the year. December. Yeah, and then you can keep it for let's say 15 years or however you want to maintain
however you want to maintain the compliance.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you say when do you want to schedule your snapshots? All of the majority of the customers will take a snapshot end of the day. So you can define let's say 6 p.m. till let's say 8 something like that. Okay. Something like that. You give a 12-hour
window. You give a 12-hour window.
You can also
say when do you want to take your first full backup. Let's say you want to take Sunday or Monday. You can define that.
Now I click on next. Okay.
Now I click on next.
Just see the
SLA policy. I take a daily backup. Sorry, I take an hourly backup
for confuse with hourly
let's not confuse with hourly today, but
so what I'm saying is I'm
taking a daily backup,
30 days,
keeping it for 30 days, my retention,
4 weeks,
weekly 4
monthly
weeks,
1 year,
monthly 1 year,
my yearly would be for 7
my
years.
yearly would be for 7 years. So when I click on
what you
next,
see here is
what you
my
see
brick
here
has
is
already taken
my
the
brick has
largest
already
retention,
taken
which is
the
7
largest retention, which is 7 years.
Yeah.
Right?
But I do
But
not want to
I do
store
not
the
want
data
to
on the
store
brick
the data
for 7
on
years.
the brick for 7
Then
years.
my cost would
Then
increase. So
my
that is
cost would
where
increase. So that
we
is
want
where
customers to use
we want
Rubrik
customers to use Rubrik
as a hot data,
as
right?
a hot data,
for hot
right?
backup. So
As
what you
as
do
for hot
is
backup. So what you do
you
is
add an archival
you
target.
add an archival
So let's
target
say
to
you
it.
add
Okay, so let's
a
say you
GCP
add
bucket, or
a
you
GCP
add a
bucket,
AWS
or
bucket,
you add a AWS
Azure, or
bucket,
whatever it is, right?
Azure, or
So
whatever
let's
it is,
say,
right?
but
So
and I
let's
will
say,
show you how to add
and I
an
will show you
archival
how
target,
to
but
add
in
an
this case,
archival target,
the
but in
archival
this
target,
case,
if you have
the
added to the
archival
cluster,
target, if you have added
this
to
is
the
where it will
cluster,
show.
this
Okay?
is where it will show.
And then
Okay?
you can select
And
any
then
of it.
you can select any of it.
And then what you can tell the
And then
cluster
what you
is,
can tell the cluster
I do
is,
not want to keep the
I do
data
not
on the
want to
brick for
keep the
7
data
years.
on the
Okay?
brick
So
for
I want to
7
keep the
years.
data
Okay?
on
So
the
I
brick
want to
for
keep the
maybe,
data on the brick for
let's
maybe,
say, 7 days,
7
14
days,
days. Okay?
14 days.
And then the
Okay?
rest of the data,
And
6
then the
years,
rest of the
351
data,
days
6
goes
years
to the
and
cloud, or
351 days, goes to the cloud, or goes
NFS
to
target, or S3.
NFS target or S3.
And then what I also say
And then what I also
want to
say is,
create a
okay,
DR.
I also want
In
to
this
create a
case, I
DR.
enable
So
a
in this
replication.
case, I enable a
So if you see,
replication.
this is my
So if you see, this is my
DR.
this is my
This
DR.
is my
Sorry,
primary,
this is my
and this is
primary,
my DR.
and this is my DR.
So what I will do is,
So what I will do
I
is,
will select a
I will
replication
select
target
a
here called
replication
APAC.
target here called APAC 02.
And then I can also say,
And then I can also say,
and then I can also say,
and then I can
okay,
also
let's
say,
keep the data on the
okay,
DR
let's keep the
for
data on the
30
DR
days.
for
That means
30 days. That
for
means
every 30 days, you will
for
have
every
a
30 days, you
copy
will have a
on your
copy
DR
2
target.
on
Okay?
your DR target. Okay?
And the replication starts immediately.
And the
by
replication
way, right?
starts
It's
immediately,
asynchronous,
by
but
the
the
way, right? It's
replication starts.
asynchronous, but the replication starts.
And click on
immediately.
next.
And click
Now
on
you
next.
will review it.
Now you will
I'm
review
taking
it.
daily, weekly,
So I'm
monthly,
taking
yearly.
daily, weekly,
Local
monthly,
retention
yearly.
is 14 days.
Local retention
Snapshot
is 14
window,
days.
blah, blah, blah.
Snapshot window is
And
blah,
then
blah,
the
blah.
retention on
And
my
then the
break
retention
is 30
on
days.
my
I click on
break
create.
is 30 days. I click on create.
So as you see, we also have a
So
search
as you
feature.
see, we also have a
You
search
can
feature.
search.
You know, you
So
can
this is
search.
the
So
SLA
this is
policy
the
is what I've
SLA
created
policy
right now.
is what
Okay?
I've created right now.
So now what you do
So
is
now what you do is you
create that SLA policy,
create
or you
that
attach
SLA
this
policy,
SLA
or you
policy
attach this SLA
either to your
policy
VMs,
either to your VMs,
either to your data,
either to your
physical
data,
systems,
physical
NAS shares, or
systems,
your SQL
your
or
NAS
Oracle or
shares, or your
whatever it is,
SQL or
or to
Oracle
your
or whatever it
cloud
is,
workload.
or to your work cloud.
So in this case, in the demo
So
part,
in this
we will
case, in the
focus
demo
on
part, we will
databases.
focus
Okay?
on databases.
And then we will
Okay?
focus on SQL
And then
Server.
we will focus on
We will
SQL
also
Server.
focus on other things, but
We
we'll
will also
focus on
focus on
SQL
other
Server.
things, but we'll focus on SQL Server.
So
So
it's very simple to
it's very
attack,
simple
to do a SQL
attack
Server,
to do a SQL Server
backups. How
backups.
you do backups is
How you do backups
you
is
go to the SQL Server host
you go
tab,
to the SQL Server host tab,
and then you have to
and then
add a host.
you have to add a host.
So what you need to do is you need to
So
download
what you need
this
to do is
backup
you need to
service.
download this backup
Okay?
service.
You need to download this backup
You need
service
to download this
to the
backup
SQL
service
Server host
to the SQL Server
where
host
your databases are.
where your
Once you
databases are.
download that,
Once
and
you
install
download
it
that
on that server,
and install it
you
on that
can
server,
type in
you
the
can
username
type in the
and password.
username
So you
and
can just type
password.
in the user.
So you can just type in the
IP
user
address, or
IP address,
you can type
or
in the
you can type in the
QDN
the
of that particular
QDN of
server,
that particular
or the host name.
server.
Once you
or the
click on
host name.
add,
Once you click on add,
what you will see is you will see
the servers
over
the
here.
servers
In this
over
case,
here.
let me find my
In
server.
this case,
So
let
if
me
you see
find my
this is
server.
my
So if you
server
see this is
where I
my
have
server
deployed
where
that
I have
particular
deployed
agent.
that particular
So let
agent.
me take you to the server.
So let me
this
take
is the
you to the
server.
server.
Okay.
So this is the server.
So
Okay.
if you go to services.msc,
services.msc,
or you go to the services,
then
if you see Rubrik,
and then if you see
this is the
Rubrik,
backup service is
so
what
this
we
is
have
the backup
installed on
service
this
is
server.
what we have
And
installed on
if you
the
see
server.
this is
Right? And
actually
if you see
running.
this is
Sorry.
actually running.
If you see this is actually running.
If you see this is actually running.
So once this service is deployed, you can add that service.
is deployed, you can add that server. So this server has basically, if I open the SQL Server Management Studio,
I have got some databases here.
I have got some databases here.
So
Okay.
let me.
So
I've got some databases here.
I've got some databases here.
So when I installed that
over
server
here
with Rubrik,
right?
What you
With
see
Rubrik,
is I have
automatically
find out the number of instances,
the number of
the number of
instances,
databases.
the number of databases.
So if I click on this server,
So if I click on this server,
you see this is my instance.
you see this is my instance.
These are my databases.
These are my
Right.
databases.
This is my
Right.
failover cluster.
This is my failover
This
cluster.
is my availability group.
This is
and
my
all of those
availability
things,
group and all of those things,
So
right?
let me go back.
So let me go back.
So this is my instance.
So this is my
This
instance.
is the database.
This is my the database.
So what I have done
Okay.
here is
So what I have
on
done here
one
is
of the databases.
on one of the databases. So let
on one of the
me-
databases called
on one of the
Adventure
databases
Works
called
2014.
Adventure Works 2014.
Take you to this
If I take you
properties.
to this properties.
So this guy is basically.
So this guy is
So
basically.
this storage is coming from.
So this
Pure
storage is coming
So
from
we have
Pure
deployed
Storage.
Pure Storage
So
in
we
one
have
of the,
deployed Pure Storage in one of
in
the
my environment.
in my
And if you
environment.
see your LDF
And if you see
and
your
your
LDF
path
and your MDF
is
path
coming from
is
this particular.
coming from
you know,
this particular.
if you see
you know,
the M, sorry, if you
if
see
you
the
see the
MDF
M,
and
sorry,
LDF,
if you see the MDF and
it's coming from a
LDF,
Pure Storage part. And
it's
then
coming
this
from
is
a
the
Pure Storage part, and then this is the
If you see the login
database
file,
name. If you see the login file, this is the name, right?
So this is, I think, it's a 1.6
So this is, I
terabyte
think, it's a
database.
1.6 terabyte database.
And then what you see here is,
And then
this
what
is
you
the
see here
database
is,
what we are protecting.
this is the database
And
what
I
we are
have applied
protecting.
an SLA policy
And I have
called
applied an
12
SLA
hour,
policy called
30
12
days
hour,
Azure.
30
Now, what
days
essentially
Azure.
it means is,
Now what essentially
this
it
will
means
take
is,
backups every 12
this will
hours,
take backups
okay?
every 12 hours,
and every
okay?
30 days,
and every 30
and
days,
then the retention would be for 30
and
days,
then the retention would be for 30 days, and then it will archive
So
it to
if I
Azure.
click on this database,
So if I click on this database,
so you see
you
the
see
host name,
you see the
right?
the host name.
You see this is a
right?
full recovery model.
You see this is a
not
full recovery model.
bulk or,
This is not a bulk or
what is the other one?
uh,
Log
what is the other
recovery
one?
model.
Log
There is an
recovery
archive-
model.
There is an SLA policy.
There is an
attached.
archive. There is an SLA
When
policy
it also
attached.
shows when is the next
Then
snapshot.
it also
scheduled.
shows when is the next snapshot
What was your
scheduled.
oldest recovery point?
What was
is
your
the
oldest
latest
recovery point? What is your latest recovery
And then,
point?
You know,
And then,
the calendar view also
You know,
shows you
the calendar
whatever the
view also
successful
shows you
snapshots,
whatever
what
the
happened.
successful snapshots.
If you
what
see the
happened.
month of July, if you
see the month of July,
June,
if you see
you have a
the
monthly
June,
snapshot as well.
you have a monthly snapshot as well, right?
So this
So-
is what it is. And then
so
if
this
you
is
go to
what it
manage
is.
protection,
And then if you go to manage protection,
what you see here is we are taking
what you see here is we
the
are
log
taking
backups every
the log
120
backups
days.
every
Sorry,
120
every
days.
120 minutes.
Sorry,
that is
sorry,
2
every
hours.
120 minutes.
I
that
can
is
also
2
make it
hours.
to 15 minutes.
I can also make
I
it to
can also
15
make
minutes.
it to 1 hour.
I can also
I
make
can
it to
also
1
make it
hour.
to 2 minutes.
I
However
can
you
also
want
make
to
it to
protect
2
it.
minutes, however you want to
But
protect it.
normally
Okay?
customers have
But
seen either they
normally
do,
customers have seen either they do
60 minutes
or
or
60
they
minutes
want 15 minutes,
or
depending
they
on
want
customers.
15 minutes depending on customers. Okay.
So what you see here is
So what
successful
you
log
see here is
snapshots, right?
successful
Because
log
this SLA
snapshots,
policy is
right?
attached.
Because this SLA policy
So-
is attached. So
Yep. Somebody has a question.
yep, somebody has a question.
Okay.
Okay.
So what you see here is
So what you see here is
successful snapshots.
the
If I go
successful
to 10,
snapshots. If I go to 10,
So what you see here is
so what you see here is these is
MDF,
my
which is my data snapshot.
MDF,
I'm
which
taking
is my
every
data
12 hour
snapshot. I'm
right?
taking every
taking
12 hour
12 hour
snapshot, right? I'm taking every
And
12
every
hour
2
snapshot.
hours I'm taking
And
log
every
backup.
2
So
hours
this
I'm
blue
taking
line,
log
what you
backup.
see
So this blue
is my
line,
log
what you
backup.
see is
So if
my
I
log
go
backup.
to, let's
So
say,
if I go to
9th,
let's say 9th,
I have log backups from the whole day.
I have log
So this is
backups
my
from
one
the whole
backup.
day, right? So this is
This
my
is
one
second
backup. This is
and
my
then
second
I have my
backup.
archive logs.
And then I
backup
have
every
my
day.
archive logs.
So let's say
backup
if
every
I
day.
were to restore
So let's
this,
say if I were
I want
to
to
restore
restore
this,
this from, let's
I want to
say,
restore this from, let's say
256
2:56
Okay.
p.m.
So yeah, so there is.
Okay. So yeah, so there is
So there is seconds
no
also. If you see,
so there is seconds also. If you see,
Alvin, you had a question, right?
Alvin, you had a question, right?
Sorry, Star, you had a question. Why is it
Sorry,
not in
Star, you had a
seconds?
question. Why is it not in seconds?
So this is two.
So this is
Yeah,
two,
I see. Now there is the
yeah,
second.
This is 256.
Yeah, this is
256.
This is
the
seconds. Yeah.
So
This
what
is
you
the seconds.
so what you do is you
So
can
what
restore
you
the database.
so what you do is you
click
can
on this
restore the
three
database.
ellipse.
You click on this
Either
three
you do a
ellipse.
mount, export, restore,
Either
or
you do a
download
mount,
files.
export,
So I will show
restore,
you
or
mount.
download files. So I will show you mount.
Simply say mount.
So I will simply
I
say
will say
mount.
which host I want to.
I will say which host I want to.
I can choose any of the host.
I can choose any of the hosts.
Same host. I can use the same host as well.
The same host. I can use the same host as well. I click on that host. Click on next.
The
Select
instance where you want to mount and
instance where you want to mount and give a name. RTP
SQL mount. This is the restore database
mount.
name I will say.
This is the restore database name I will say.
Here.
And then I will create mount.
So what you see here is.
It will
start the service.
So it will start.
So what you see here is we are starting.
So what you see here is we are starting
calling the database and trying to restore the
database and trying to restore the database.
So what you see also here is if you come to the live
what you see also here is if you come to the live mount page,
server part here,
click on the SQL server part here.
This is my source database.
This is my source database.
And I'm mounting this.
This is my recovery point, and I'm mounting this to this particular name on this particular host. So let me go back to that host.
And then let me see if the database is restored.
And then let me see if the database is restored or not.
So you see this database is already mounted.
So you see this database is already mounted.
Is already restored.
Or this database is already restored.
Anywhere?
Have you seen such quick backups anywhere? Or restores?
And then this is a fully queryable database, right?
And then this is a fully queryable database,
right?
You can say select
RTPs. And then what I'm saying is you can actually run.
And then what I'm saying is you can actually run SQL commands.
This is a fully queryable
this particular database. This is a fully queryable database for your users,
right? And then once you
and
restore the database, and then
once you restore the database. And then once you're done with your work,
what you will see here is
but what is interestingly what you will see here is this database is restored
Rubrik nodes
from.
If you see the files,
Rubrik nodes. If you see the files here,
and then what you see here is this is a Rubrik IP.
What you see here is this is a Rubrik IP.
So we have restored it from Rubrik nodes.
We have restored it.
And then we have restored this database
nodes. And then we have restored this database.
Once you're done with the work. You can
and then once you're done with the work,
and say
you can simply come here and say unmount.
And then this is unmounting it. Once it's unmounted,
then this is unmounting it.
Once it's
unmounted,
from this particular.
This will also remove it from this particular.
You see this? There is no RTP database right now there.
You see this? There is no RTP database.
Similarly, you can also do. Similarly, you can also do export.
Similarly, you can also do export.
Database.
So if I click on this database,
click on any of the dates.
Click on any of the dates.
I can export the database now.
I can export the database now.
Export.
This is the export.
I can select it.
I can
give a name.
I can select it. Give a name. RTP export.
And then I will choose an advanced method here.
And then I will choose an advanced method here.
To put my
and then say like where to put my data files and where do I put my log files.
So now this export will take some time.
So now this export will take some time because it is doing over the wire. This is not like live mount.
We actually did
if you see mount,
one second, let me show you.
We actually did a mount.
We actually did that mount in 47 seconds.
We actually did that mount in 47 seconds. We actually restored the database in 41 seconds.
That's how fast our restores are.
That's how fast our restores are.
And now what you see here is we are actually doing a export
And now what you see here is we are actually doing a export
job. It has already done 68%.
It has already done 68%.
It is now calling shadow services to restore the databases.
It is now calling shadow services to restore the databases.
The transaction logs.
Okay, it has applied the transaction logs.
It is already restored.
And I think it is already restored.
Wow. Let me come here.
Exported, wow. Let me come here and do a refresh.
There you go, RTP export.
There you go.
And what you see, this RTP export is on your original.
And what you see, this RTP export is on your original storage itself, on your production storage itself. If you see the files,
it is on your production storage.
It is on your production storage.
See
this?
Yeah.
So
that's how interesting. And then
that's how interesting. And then once you're done with it, you can maybe delete this host from it.
So that's how important, that's how
easy the database restores are with Rubrik.
And similarly with Oracle, right? We do the same
similarly with Oracle, right? We do the same process with Oracle.
Install this agent.
So what you do is you install this agent.
These are the operating systems which is supported.
So these are the operating systems which is supported. Install this particular agent,
or if you have AIX,
install this, or if you have AIX, then put the IP address.
This is optional.
The sysdba username, and this is optional.
Once you do is, you will automatically discover your database.
Once you do is, you will automatically discover your
and then under this you will discover this databases as well.
And then under this you will discover this databases as well. You can see this.
So this is the databases which I'm protecting, the Oracle databases.
So this is the databases which I'm protecting, the Oracle databases. If I click on
so there is no log backups, but then there is a successful.
So there is no log backups, but then there is a successful disk backup.
Click on mount.
So select it.
Select any of the host.
Click on mount. Select any of the host.
And then just say mount.
Let's say.
So this guy is mounting that database.
So this guy is mounting that database
for the restore purpose.
For the
other way of doing it is manage volumes. As I
the
said,
other way of doing it is manage volumes. As I said, if you don't want to use
that,
what
you do is you create a manage volume.
So what you do is you create a manage volume name. Let's say I will say RTP.
I will give what size of NFS storage.
I will give what size of
NFS
storage you want.
TB.
Let's say in this case I will give 5 TB.
And then I would choose whether I want NFS or SMB.
And then I would choose whether I want NFS or SMB. And then I tag it with applications.
Either with
Oracle backup set or either with SQL Server. If I tie it with the SQL Server, we provide you app-aware DB.
So much different
which is where we are so much different from
or even
Commvault or even Beam in that
client name and
then do the client name and
so I will open one of the channels. So if you see.
So I will open one of the channels. So if you see,
and then this is the path you mount on your.
And then this is the path you mount on your host with this particular IP address.
And then click on OK.
Right.
And then you use your own armament commands,
and then you use your own armament commands, your own RI scripts to mount it back.
So this is what I had from a database standpoint.
So this is what I had from a database.
So this is the settings page.
So this is the settings page. You can click on the settings page.
And then you can add a vCenter,
and then
you can add a VCD
you can add a vCenter,
CBMM
you can add the VCD instances,
SCBMM server, cloud sources, whatever.
Or any of physical hosts,
cloud
sources, whatever.
System configuration.
You can also have system configuration.
In this case, let me showcase you how do I protect.
In this case, let me showcase you how do I protect. How do I create archival locations? Click on archival locations.
Plus sign. Now you see here, right? You have Amazon S3.
Now you see here, right? You have Amazon S3. You have Azure. You have Glacier. You have Google Cloud Platform.
Select what storage class is it. Nearline standard.
Select what storage class is it. Nearline standard or whatever.
Or you can also have a local NFS target.
Or you can also have a local NFS target.
Or you can have a local object store.
Or you can have a local object
store.
Like storage trade or
spectrum scale, right?
IBM cost, spectrum scale, right? So these are the examples.
Host name, the
and then fill in the host name, the bucket field.
The moment you click on add, and then create
this
RSA key.
And then create this command, RSA key by using this command.
So what you do is I will just show it to you. You can simply.
So what you do is I will just show it to you. You can simply.
You can simply run this command
to any of your terminals.
So it has created that. So now do you do cat?
So it has created that. So now do you do cat?
So what you see is this is the RSA certificate.
So what you see is this is the RSA certificate.
You can copy this RSA certificate.
You can copy this RSA certificate. and paste it over here.
And then mind you save this RSS certificate.
And then mind you save this RSS certificate
you cannot
for your future purposes. Otherwise, you will lose. You cannot.
So that is how. So once you add this, you can use.
So that is how. So once you add this, you can use it in the SLA policies.
Any doubts? Any questions here?
Any doubts? Any questions here
on this demo?
Yep. On this demo.
Question.
Yep.
About SQL AG available group, always on group. For the two node also always on. We just to add two database or just only add one.
Yeah. So SQL Server. So if you see this availability.
Yeah.
Group,
so SQL Server. So if you see this availability group. Right?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
So if you see this availability group has got 3 hosts.
So if you see this availability group has got 3 hosts.
So I can apply SLA policy.
And then it has got 7 databases. So I can apply SLA policy.
If you see, I can apply
on this availability group. So if you see, I can apply RTP
on this group. Yeah.
Okay.
On this particular
and then I can,
on this group. Yeah.
If the AG group has the replication, it is the same.
It is synchronous basically, right? So
it is synchronous basically, right?
So can you repeat the question?
So can you repeat the question?
If this AG group has the replication,
yes.
Yeah,
yes.
2 hosts for AG group and 1 replication. So in this case, the host will be 3.
Would be 3, yeah. If you see this, yeah.
Yes, host would be 3, yeah. If you see this, yeah.
So is the 2 hosts in local AG group and 1 is
so
replication?
It depends.
It will be
so
right? I mean,
it depends.
The example what we have taken here is like these are we have taken here is like
these are all 3 hosts.
And then this has got 7 databases.
And then this has got 7 databases.
Each of these 3 hosts is connected, right?
Each of these 3 hosts is connected, right? Each of these 3 hosts are replicated to each other. Yes.
Because in this case, these 3 hosts has the local. 3 hosts as the always on group in one always on group.
Yes. Yeah. So
yes.
If there is the remote, if there is another one, the first host is in remote and as the replication. For this first database server, what's the situation?
No, I don't think so. That can happen because it
has to be local, can happen because it has to be local.
And then that replicated server will be added.
And then that replicated server will be added as a new host on Rubrik.
Yeah, but if it is a part, but if it's a part,
if it is a part of but if it's a part of availability group,
but I would
it will actually show here, but
back it up as a
I would prefer to back it up as a physical host over here, so that the network bandwidth should not cause a problem over here while taking backups.
Okay, so there's the same status in Oracle Rack.
So Oracle Rack. So if you have Oracle Rack, you have like 7 nodes. We will discover
like 7 nodes or 8 nodes. We will discover all the 8
here
nodes.
also if it's like 7 nodes.
Here also if it's like 7 nodes, 8 nodes, we will discover. Yeah, we will discover.
So that's the reason, right? You can apply an SLA policy on.
So that's the reason, right? You can apply an SLA policy on availability groups as well.
If I go to my host.
Another thing is, if I go to my host,
and then I go to my database, let's say,
I go to this particular database. My database, let's say, I go to this particular database.
I can also add a lock
what
shipping
now I
target
can do is I can also add a lock shipping target to this host.
I can apply. So let's say.
I can apply. So let's say
choose
I will go to
which
this.
of my hosts.
I can choose
apply as
which
a lock
of
shipping
my
target.
host, right?
So let's
apply
say
as a lock shipping target. So let's say RTP
log.
RTP log.
I can use advanced method. I can put
I
it
can
as
use
restoring
advanced
or
method.
standby. I will put it.
I can put it as restoring or standby. I will put it as restoring mode.
So what you will see here is.
So what you will see here is.
Now what you will see here is.
Now what you will see here is.
Target. You see this?
Log shipping target. You see this?
Yeah. You see this? This is now.
Yeah. You see this?
No.
This is now.
Yeah. So sorry, this one.
No.
You see this lock shipping?
Yeah. So sorry, this one.
This is the secondary.
You see this lock
and
shipping?
This is the primary.
This is the secondary.
And
this is the primary.
I'm doing a lock shipping
and
target
I'm doing a
Rubrik itself.
lock shipping
And it is on a
target
restoring mode.
using
So
Rubrik
now you
itself,
can easily
and it
change
is
it
on a
to
restoring
standby,
mode.
receive or
So
remove.
now you can
I can
easily
also
change
remove
it
it
to
from here.
standby, receive or remove. I can also remove it from here.
Is it easy? What do you think about this solution?
Is it easy? What do you think about this solution?
I also have failover clusters. If you
I
have a
also have
SQL
failover
failover clusters
clusters.
here,
If you
so
have a
if you see
SQL
this
failover
is the
clusters
failover
here,
cluster. I can also
so if you see this is the
apply
failover
SLA
cluster. I
policy
can
on the
also
cluster as well.
apply SLA policy on the cluster as well.
Any questions? Any doubts?
Any questions? Any doubts?
Okay.
Any doubts?
Sir, hello,
yep.
sir.
Any
I
doubts?
have question. I have a
yes,
question
sir.
about
Yes,
channel.
I have question. I have
How
question
many
about channel.
maximum
How
channel in
many
the Rubrik
maximum
appliance?
channel in the
Yeah,
Rubrik
so
appliance?
one node can give you
Yeah, so
4 channels
one
at a time.
node can give you
Okay.
4
Physical,
channels at a time.
but virtual,
Okay.
if you see,
Physical,
this has got 64,
but virtual,
64 channels.
if you
Yeah.
see, this has got
64
64
okay.
channels. Yeah, 64 channel. Okay.
Where is the configuration?
Where is the configuration
So,
channel?
so channels
So-
are automatically distributed when you're
So
using
channels are
startables.
automatically distributed
But
when
then
you're
if you
using
want to
startables.
manually use it over manage
Yes, but then
volumes,
if you want to manually
you can
use it
add
over
volume.
manage volumes,
End of the year you can say
you can
number
add
of
volume,
channels.
and end of the year you can say number of channels.
I can say 2
Okay.
channels or 1 channel depending on how
I can say
big
2
big the
channels or
database
1
is.
channel depending on how
But
big
you
the
leave it
database is.
to Rubrik to decide,
But
because
you leave it to Rubrik to
we
decide,
give you the
because
channels, right?
we
One not
give you the channels.
for
Right?
channel, correct?
One not
Yeah, you can give 4
for
channels as
channel,
well. Yeah.
right?
So
Okay.
that's
Yeah,
what
you
I'm
can
trying to
give
say.
4
Leave
channels
it up
as
to
well. Yeah.
Rubrik.
So that's what I'm trying to say.
As
Leave
to
it up
how
to
you
Rubrik
take backup, how you align
as to
channels.
how you take backup,
Because
how
we
you
know,
align channels.
we would do it internally
Because
much more
we
faster
know,
and much more
we would
in
do
an
it
elegant way.
internally much more faster and much more in an
Okay.
elegant way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so let's move on. So let's go
Okay,
with
so
the
let's move
presentation.
on. So let's go with the presentation.
So we spoke about Polaris, right?
So Polaris is basically
a
a
SaaS-based
SaaS-based
platform
which provides you a lot of microservices out of there. So when customer buys Polaris, he just gets the username and the password and its URL. So we just don't do backups. Right? Backups is one of the functions is what we have in our portfolio. But then we do more than that. Right? We provide you a modern approach to the data management, and then we provide you a single source of truth. So if you see this, you have multiple data centers scattered across either a private cloud, either a hybrid, managed service, or even public clouds, right? So what we do is we take metadata out of all of these scenarios, from all of these deployments, and then provide you data protection. We provide you data governance. We provide you security and shareability for your data. And then the data mobility between how do you move the data from one cloud to another, from on-premise to cloud. How are these things what you can do? So we provide you all of that functionalities from a single cluster. And then we do more than data protection. So what we also do is we take the metadata out of these deployments, whether from physical or whether from virtual or whether from wherever it is. And then we create a metadata lake called Polaris. And from this metadata lake, we provide you services like global management, like we provide you a single manager or managers of manager. We provide you ransomware recovery, ransomware protection. We provide you O365 protection as well, cloud native application protection, and as well data classification. Right? We provide you a fully automated data classification with Rubrik. So let's go one by one. So let's talk about the global management. Right? So global management is basically a single global map, right? Or like a single dashboard
to manage and protect your infrastructure, which is geographically distributed. You can globally search from this GPS across your rubric, and then you can filter it for any real-time search. You can monitor it. You can monitor and troubleshoot. Once you get notification at the global scale, and then you also provide reports on your infrastructure health, on your workload performance, and also in your SLA compliance. The second is the ransomware detection. So as I said before, we have an immutable architecture, right? And using this immutable architecture, we also provide you anomalies if any ransomware attack is happening at your front-end data center. So this is called radar. Radar provides you a mechanism to detect and perform behavioral analysis on a file system from their metadata information, right? And then after behaving, or rather after detecting this behavior, we provide you an analysis, or we provide you anomaly detection or anomaly alert to go and safeguard your backups from there. And then once the detection happens, we make the user. Now user can actually go and perform the recovery options directly from Rubrik, either by doing file browsing, by selecting in the snapshot, or you can also do a live mount of your VMs to take it back to any point in time. And then we will see that in a demo. And then mind you, this ransomware detection is one of the great things, or great feature set what we have brought to a portfolio, because at no point in time your backups can get corrupted. There is no way your backups can get corrupted. Third is 365 protection. So we natively protect your mailbox, your calendars, your OneDrive, using Rubrik Polaris SaaS platform. So what we need is your the 365 account. You have to pass the credentials from Rubrik. So when it does that, what Rubrik does is Rubrik actually creates a small Kubernetes-based cluster on your Azure account, and then we start creating a backup, and then we start creating those SLA-based backup for your emails, your calendar, and then for your OneDrive. SharePoint is coming by end of this year. We are also supporting Cosmos DB with Azure. And then we are also supporting Azure attack filers, as to what you would have heard from attack, to give you any last performance from that perspective. We do not take your data out of your storage account. We do not handle it. It goes back to the same block storage or to the same block store where you have defined that object storage. Third is the cloud app protection. As I said, yes.
For the O365, can we recover a single mail?
Yes.
Single mail, okay.
Yes.
Just only a mail, okay. Got it.
Okay. So cloud app protection is basically when more and more workloads are moving to the cloud, and then what you're doing is you have to start protecting those applications on the cloud as well, because sometimes cloud can also go haywire, and then they also have downtime. So that is where backups is so important in cloud as well. But the idea is how do you do that? You authorize Rubrik with your cloud account using simple click, like by enabling your IAM accounts and then specifying which accounts and which region to manage. Once you do that, we auto discover all of your EC2 instances, we auto discover everything like that. And then using a single SLA policy, you start configuring the backups. And then once you do that, you start protecting it using this elastic cloud storage, so that users can definitely scale and protect in line the cloud services. So that means we do not take backup outside of your the regions. And the third is the creates a classification. This provides you the data privacy regulations with zero infrastructure cost. And the way we do it is by providing you classification of your data. So what happens is when we take a backup, we also index it. When we index it, we also index the credit card information, your social security name or something like that. So how do you provide governance to this particular data? We can provide governance to this like GDPR or like PCI DSS or like HIPAA, right? Or even like a Singapore government law, even like an Indian government law, right? So we can provide this classification, right? So how do we do it? So we create a policy when we create a compliance policy with custom pre-built templates. We specify which objects and what sensitive data needs to be searched for. And then once we do it, then we perform an initial scan on this data, then using agentless, of course, and then we scan all the data without any impacting the production because it is happening on Polaris, it is not happening on cluster. Once you have it, you search it and then create reports to track compliance and progress for the data accuracy. So this is what we had from a Polaris perspective. So now let's talk about this is a very important thing. Okay? So let's talk about three whys. Okay? Three whys is basically why do you need Rubrik, right? Like why is that? Okay, now let's say customers have meme or customers have form one. So when you go and pitch about Rubrik, you have to prepare these three whys, right? And these three whys are basically why buy anything, why buy Rubrik, and why now, right? Now, why buy anything? You need to create this current state of pain, right? Now, what is the pain area for a customer for taking a backup? So the pains are basically only 20% of the team capable of file recovery. 40% of the spend, 40% of being spent managing backups. So that means there's a pain from an operational perspective. That's a problem. So why Rubrik? So Rubrik is you save your 90% of your management savings, right? Because we are automating everything. And then once you increase this management saving, you also save around 4,000 hours saved annually with Rubrik, and then you can utilize those guys to any other project, right? So this is very important when you talk to customers when you try to evangelize Rubrik with them. So why buy anything? There might be of various reasons. Slow backups, you're missing your backup window, slow recovery, expensive renewals, complexity in the design, complexity in the backup design. There's a management overhead, there is a security and ransomware, cloud migration, and then when you lose the revenue from your ransomware attacks, for all of this, if you see, these are the metrics, right? 20% of the team is not capable of file the recovery. 40% is spending managing backups. So what is the future state resolution? You have so why Rubrik, right? Because you are buying a single platform, and then you are not buying media servers, proxy servers, and catalog databases, all of that jazz. You're not buying that. You're just buying a single platform. And then this platform is automating the backup, scheduling the backups, and then they're doing their on its own. We also provide you faster backups, like your ingestion of backups are much way faster on Rubrik because now you're parallelizing the backups. We are immutable in nature, because the files cannot be deleted, the files cannot be replaced. And then we provide you this global management view for management and for also monitoring, right? And then why
why
now,
now,
right?
right?
Why now is because
You know
your
your
PCO
PCO
will
will
reduce
reduce
a
a
lot
lot
because, as I
because,
said,
as I
you're
said,
not
you're
buying
not
those
buying
other
those other
components.
components.
Everything is
Everything is
automated with
automated with
self-service.
self-service.
With
With
holistic
holistic
visibility, right
visibility,
now,
right
we
now, we
provide you
provide
very
you very
granular
granular
approach for
approach
these
for these
stores.
stores.
You can
You
do
can do
single file
single
these
file these
stores, you
stores,
can
you
do
can do
multi-file these
multi-file these
stores,
stores,
you can
you can
restore
restore
database
database
A,
A,
and then,
and
yeah,
then,
so,
yeah,
so
so
basically
basically
using
using
this
this
organization
organizations
at
at
Rubrik, we
Rubrik, we
provide you
provide
this
you the
granular
granular
approach
approach
from a
from a
visibility
visibility
standpoint as
standpoint
well.
as well.
So this is
So
how
this is how
you
you
basically
basically
define with
define with
customers,
customers,
and I think
and I
this is
think this
also
is
one of
also
the
one of the
things what
things
we need
what we
to
need to
present it
present
to
it to
us in
us
one of
in
the
one of the
sessions.
sessions.
Um,
Um,
we will
we
give you a
will give you a
scenario, and then
scenario,
you
and
need
then
to
you need to
create
create
why
buy
why
anything, why
Rubrik, and why
Rubrik, and
now.
why now.
This is
This
just
is
as an
just as an
example
example
what I have
what
been
I have been
doing to
doing
you.
to you.
So that's a
So that's a
Kahoot,
Kahoot,
based.
based.
So this is
So this
very
is
very
very
important
important
for
for
any
any
evangelizations with
evangelizations with
Rubrik.
Rubrik.
We won't take
We
any
won't take any
lunchtime
lunchtime
because I
because I
didn't want to
didn't
change
want
the
to change the
slides.
slides.
We don't
We
have
don't
any
have any
labs,
labs.
so what
So
I can
what I
do
can
is
do is
I will
I will
finish my
finish my
theory as
theory
soon as
as soon as
possible,
possible,
and
and
then
then
maybe we
maybe we
can,
can
wind up the
wind
day
up the day
as soon as
as soon as
possible. And then
possible.
I
And then I
promise you
promise you
that I will
that I
share
will
you the
share you the
labs
labs
within this
within
week
this
with the
week with
lab
the lab
guides,
guides,
so that
so
you
that
guys
you
can
guys
do
can
your
do
labs
your
on your
labs on
own.
your own.
Um,
Um,
let's take a
let's take
quick
a quick 5 to
5 to 10 minute
10 minute
break,
break,
and then we
and
will
then we
start
will
off
start
with
off with
NAS and
NAS
NetApp.
and NetApp.
Okay.
Okay.
Sold. Okay. So
So
NAS
NAS
are
are
sold
sold
across
across
multiple verticals like biomedical, automotive, your entertainment, manufacturing, and also your SLED, right? Where you have this large scale data, right? Like large decision making data, right? And then the data backups, are
are
very
very
hard
hard
for
for
NAS
NAS
protection.
protection.
Once one
One
basic
basic
reason
reason
is
is
you
you
use
use
NDMP,
NDMP,
which
which
makes
makes
it
it
very, very
very
slow.
slow.
And
And
also
also
the
the
volume
volume
of
of
the
the
data
data
are
are
in
in
billions
billions
of
of
files and petabytes
bytes
of
of
data.
data.
It's
It's
not
not
about
about
the
the
data
data
size,
size,
it's
it's
about
about
the
the
number
number
of
of
files.
files.
And
And
then
then
the
the
lock-in
lock-in
with
with
your
your
storage
storage
vendors
vendors
using
using
NDMP,
NDMP,
where they get incentivized, incentivized on the data with the
with the
storage.
storage.
But
But
with
with
Rubrik,
Rubrik,
the
the
data
data
volume,
volume,
we
we
can
can
use
use
elasticity of
elasticity of
cloud
cloud
for
for
scale.
scale.
Like
Like
basically,
basically,
you
you
can
can
move
move
all
all
this
this
data
data
to
to
very of
very
the
of the
cheapest
cheapest
tier.
tier.
And
And
then
then
we
we
also
also
have
have
this
this
APIs,
APIs
like
like
SnapDev,
SnapDev
or even
or even
ChangeList,
ChangeList
or
or
even
even
Pure
Pure
Storage
Storage
based,
based,
right?
right?
To
To
provide
provide
10%, 10x
10x
more
more
faster
faster
performance
performance
in
in
terms
terms
of
of
these
these
stores
stores
and
and
in
in
terms
terms of
of backup. And
and
then we
then
are
we are
agnostic
agnostic
because
because
we
we
do
do
not
not
support,
support
um, NDMP,
NDMP,
and
and
then
then
we
we
take
take
an
an
approach
approach
with
with
NVD.
NVD.
Now we
Now we
can
can
take a
take a
backup
backup
of any
any
NAS
NAS
volume,
volume,
and then
and
we
then
can
we can
also
also
do
do
a
a
cross
cross
restore.
restore.
Now,
Now
this is
this is
very,
very,
very
very
important on
important on
Rubrik. We
Rubrik.
can
We can
actually
actually
provide you a
provide you a
cross
cross
restore
restore
from NetApp
from
to
NetApp to
Isilon and
Isilon and
Isilon to
Isilon to
NetApp or
NetApp or
vice
vice
versa.
versa.
So,
So,
how are
how are
we
we
aligning
aligning
with
with
NAS
NAS
protection?
protection?
And then what are some of the key business initiatives we provide with NAS? One is the cost control, cloud adoption, right? Uh, we provide you something called NAS Direct Archive. NAS Direct Archive is basically we are taking a backup of NAS. We are just storing 10% of that data on Rubrik, that is metadata, and then we are moving everything directly to any of the cheapest tier, like object storage or public cloud. We also provide you automation where we provide API level integration and policy based management with NetApp and Dell. And then we also provide you security and compliance against ransomware and immutable snapshots. We also encrypt your data when the data is going to the cloud. The data in rest and the data in flight is always encrypted. And then we provide you security compliance using radar to protect or remediate from our ransomware protection plan. Some of the NAS integration, we do it with NetApp. We do snapshot level integration. We use SnapDiff. We also provide you with NAS DA, which is called NAS Data Archive. And then we also provide directly to storage grid. Similar to Isilon, we provide snap-based integration. We provide change list integration with their APIs, and then we can also do NASD. Similarly with Pure Storage, Snapshot, NASD, and archival target. Interestingly, we can use FlashBlade also as an archival target because now FlashBlade also is an S3. So now you can also start putting the data over there on an archival target. From a NetApp standpoint, in the field, we have expanded our portfolio with NetApp. And then we are, continuously growing with each solutions with NetApp in every field or in every region. So what do we protect from, NAS or from NetApp? One, we protect your NAS, like your fast systems from NetApp. We provide the SnapDiff integration to accelerate NAS protection. We archive it to a secondary target called storage grid. And then we also provide you backup of convergence route between NetApp and Cisco, which is often called as a flex pod or any pod which these guys actually create. So what is so good about SnapDiff, right? So let's say you have got two snapshots, sorry. So let's say you have got two snapshots, okay? So what SnapDiff does is it eliminates the file scanning requirements which is being used in a traditional backup, okay, during an incremental backup, and then just scan the files which is being changed, right? And then, which actually reduces the backup processing time, and it also takes to write the changed or added log. Basically, it will quickly identify which is there between these two snapshots and write it to that particular snapshot. We protect you. So if NetApp is hosted on the data center, and then these are the applications being run, yes, NAS, we can leverage SnapDiff API, but even if it is in block, we start taking a backup using Rubrik, punt it to AWS, Azure, or Google, or to any other cloud, which is object storage from NetApp or even NFS from NetApp. And then provide all of those other features what Rubrik provides from a compliance, governance, and security perspectives. So NAS Data Archive is a very important feature we have bought for large-scale deployments. So let me give an example. So if you were to take a backup of 1 terabyte file, you need to have 1 terabyte of storage on Rubrik as well, right? But what if I say, okay, for a 1 terabyte volume, I only need 10 GB of space at Rubrik. And then rest of the data I will move it to any other tier, like a tape or like a S3 target or like a cloud, right? So in this, sorry. So what you see here is this is a sample NAS environment with 1.2 petabytes of file and billions of files in it. So without NAS DA, right, or without direct archive, you would have required 7 bricks, right, to protect these guys. But with DA, you would only need 1 brick because you can only have 100 GB of space, 1 terabyte of space on it, because 10% of front-end data is what we need the space on Rubrik. And then this can go to private cloud, to your NFS or storage, or to your public cloud from there. So all of the magic of Rubrik is along the flexibility of your NAS and target. Rubrik will take index of NAS file set and store metadata as per user-defined SLA policies, and will direct NAS file set onto any of the targets where you want to offset it to archive. And mind you, we send the data and metadata together so that we can index the data. This is again, a difference between a Snapdiff API. So if you see this before Rubrik API, when a scan used to happen, scan used to take somewhere around 17 to 14 hours to identify the changes on 500 million files and 1.5% daily. But with Snapdiff, the same amount of scan is now taking 15 minutes to identify the changes, because now you are leveraging the API, right? So that's very important to say, this API has given a lot of room for us to go and perform this comparison between the current snapshot and your existing and then your previous snapshots for any data change. Any questions on this? Okay.
No.
Okay. So what is this is again like a Snapdiff backup job cycle. This is, so one thing what we also do is we also grab the ACLs from NetApp itself, right? So there are two ways of taking a snapshot. Take a snapshot from NetApp, take a traditional scan. If the base snapshot does not exist, you perform all of these operations. But if Snapdiff is there, you do not have to create a newly created, right? You can you can reference back to your previous snapshot, compare the changes, and start the metadata operations on Rubrik. But the idea is we also grab the ACL, which is very, very important for any NAS-based backups. And then we can also migrate the sprawl. As I said, we are agnostic to the hardware. So now we can restore Isilon data to NetApp. I can restore NetApp data to Isilon and vice versa. And since we do a global index, we can search the file across the nodes, and then we can perform those direct archive operations either to a storage unit or either to an NFS. Okay. Now this is very, very important to understand Rubrik licensing. And then I will want you guys me to talk slowly if I'm being very fast. But then you need to understand the licensing, very hard. Okay, it's very, very important. So there are three ways of taking Rubrik or consuming Rubrik. You can go with Rubrik appliances with Rubrik subscription or perpetual. You can go with third-party software options, third-party hardware options, with subscription only. That means you can take a Dell, an HP, or a Cisco servers, or you can use subscription only at public cloud. So let's talk about the on-premise licenses. So there are three ways you can purchase it. You can go with Rubrik Go or Life of Device, which is perpetual. From a product perspective, in all of these two, you will get Rubrik appliances. The license is of course subscription, and then license is of course perpetual to the Life of Device over here. Cloud migration is possible with Rubrik Go. With perpetual, it is not. You need to purchase a separate license for cloud. License term is paid for like 3 years. Either you prepay or postpay. Sorry, per year or prepay. And then the license term for this perpetual will be for Life of Device. Hardware refresh, we would refresh the hardware every 3 years. So let's say you buy it you buy a hardware today. So let's say you buy a solution today. Rubrik will make sure that it refreshes the hardware after the 3 years. With perpetual, you don't have that option. You have to stick with those. You have to stick with those hardware. Third party is also very simple. From a product perspective, you get a HP or a Dell server. The subscription migration is possible to the cloud. It's 3 years against subscription, and then transfer license can be also to the new hardware appliances. This is very easy. So what is a Rubrik Go, right? This is a default sales motion today. So Rubrik Go is a subscription program where you can put your business on autopilot mode. Okay, that means you lower up the front end cost. That is your annual pay options. You are free from hardware refreshes. That means you have access to new technologies now. And then we provide you the cloud migration flexibility from one cloud to another cloud, and also giving you that hybrid mode to move the data from on-premise to the cloud or cloud to any other cloud. So this is how the life cycle is. So this is the annual subscription for like 1 to 3 years. This is where you pay. And for the fourth to sixth year, there is no more than 7% increase on the software. And then what you get is you get this hardware refresh for the next generation appliance when you're available with the PCs. So this is huge for customers where they can gain new hardware and after a few years. What you get with Rubrik Foundation is you get the RCDM, which is the software and the appliance. You get global management, which is absolutely free. GPS, cloud archive is absolutely free. Cloud native protection is also absolutely free with this guy. And then the continuous data protection, and then continuous data protection can be done for only 5 VMs per node. That means 5 VMs per node, so one brick can handle somewhere around 20 VMs because there are 4 nodes, right? And then what you see here is we give you free instances of EC2 or VM instances on cloud to BCM. It depends on what model. 6408 might be 200. 6410 might be 250. So it increases with the increasing amount of the storage. There you go. So as I said, 6404 gives you 100 instances, 64200. 300 and 350. We have something called Sentry AI. This is a management tool at our backend, which actually calculates, the cluster health, all of that thing that you can imagine from an analytics perspective. So what happens is we kind of work with partners like you to let you know and then to give you the intel as to what's happening with what customers, and then you can go to your customers on a with more prepared way. So this is how we enhance our partnerships. So hybrid cloud licensing. So customer, as I said, customer needs to buy it for minimum 3 years, which includes all of those software which I spoke about. He can migrate it to the cloud at any point in time. And if the capacity on cloud exceeds the license amount, customer expands the licensing from the cloud perspective there. So this is an example for year one. Let's say you have a 75 terabyte on-premise, 0% in cloud. Year 3, you can have 30 terabyte year in 45 years. So you can actually do a a cloud mobility between these two guys. Yeah. Any questions here?
Sorry, just now the licensing portion you mentioned about the instances. So those are database instance or what instance are we talking about? These 50 instances and some 20. Just I mentioned some four nodes, some 20.
Yeah.
Before that,
So these instances, right? So this instances is basically the cloud instances. Like you can protect 100 EC2 instances or 100 Azure instances with this. Nice. Huh? Cloud instances. Cloud.
Cloud instance means it's a database or what?
No, the VMs.
Oh, VM. Okay.
Yeah.
Also, this is referring to the VMs. And then just now, the previous one is 20. What is that? So 5 nodes, and then you mentioned 20. So if I have 4 nodes, that means I actually have 20 VMs. And then here you put instance. Okay, I'll be confused.
Yeah, on a 4 node you can have a max of 20 VMs. Yes. This is 5 VMs per node. So if you have 4 nodes, you're restricted to 20 VMs.
So if I need to have like what you mentioned here, like 50 instances, I need more than 4 nodes. Is it?
No. Those 50 instances is basically the cloud VMs.
For the cloud
VMs. This is cloud VMs. What I'm saying is what is included. So if you see this data management, that is included. GPS is included. Archival cloud out is included. CDP is included, but only 5 VMs. And cloud native protection is 50 instances. Right? You see this cloud native? It's 50.
So your the 5 VM is basically referring to all those that you created
on-premise. Yeah, on-premise VM. Yeah.
So you have like I have 20 VM on-premise that can created on the Rubrik.
Exactly. So it only supports VMware today. Yeah. So if you can protect 20 VMware VMs from there.
Okay. And the so you mentioned in the license we have perpetual license.
Yeah, so you have perpetual and so you get this with Rubrik Go. This is with consumption. This is with subscription. Okay? Yeah, this is not with perpetual. So we'll discuss about this. So these are the a la cartes what you can buy on the subscription. So you can buy radar and sonar as well, which is like dollar per brick per year. You can buy separately Cloud On, Master Archive, CDP. If you want more number of VMs, like if you want unlimited VMs, you can also buy it like around $35 per brick per year. And then your O365 protection you can buy it separately, which is 2.1 per user per month. So how do you size for NAS Direct Archive? Two options are there, so I will put both options. So one is basically the front-end terabytes. So for an example, let's say you have NAS of, let's say 300 terabytes, and then on Rubrik, what you need to do is you need to have 10% of 300 terabytes is the space on Rubrik is what you need. Pricing is around 400 per FTP per year. However, you can also select unlimited per appliance path. What it does is basically, if it is more than 300 petabytes to 1 petabyte, that's your environment size where you use unlimited per appliance. Or customers who are willing to pay for more cost predictability and simplicity, like that is where you can actually use the other unlimited appliance cost. But you can sell it in both ways, FTP ways or unlimited ways. It depends on how to sell it. Okay, so CDM pricing overview is again done in two ways. If you go with foundation, which is Rubrik Go, it includes 5 beans per node, right? But if you go with unlimited, which is $60,000 per bit per year, sizing can vary, right? To whom should I say sell Rubrik Go and to whom I should sell Perpetual? To any of the new customers, go with Rubrik Go, and any of the existing ones, try with no go, right? If these guys are everlasting guys, or like a pure evergreen kind of a thing. So if you see what you see from pure evergreen is, um, they normally give you a new a new storage altogether after 3 years. So that means, you are always using the latest hardware after 3 years. Similarly, Rubrik is also doing that. And then you also do it to grow the deal, right? But with no go, which is perpetual, you don't have that option. You only have to do a land and expand and own your assets over there, right? Does this make sense? Okay. So this is how it is being sold. The Rubrik Native and Cloud Edition. There are two kinds of editions which I have, right? One is Rubrik Native. So if you see the Cloud Edition, this is subscription-based license. This is based on per terabyte TV on the cloud, and then you can start with 6 TB minimum and go with 96 TB maximum. We support that. We support at AWS and Azure, and then GPS and Cloud is included with this buy. Cloud Native Polaris is based on subscription licenses and based on instances, and then you can have 70 instances, within a brick. So GCP is in beta, but they are fully functional with AWS and Azure today. Let's talk about some enterprise licensing. And so you had heard about Rubrik Go, right? We spoke about Rubrik Go. Similarly to Rubrik Go, we also have something called Rubrik Scale. Okay. Now, what Rubrik Scale means is, if the data size is in multi-petabytes, and the revenue of the customer is more than 4 billion in revenue, you go and provision Rubrik Scale. In Rubrik Scale, there are no complicated procurement process. Everything is under ELAs, end user licenses. And then we provide you a white glove treatment. Now, what it means is, there will be a dedicated support guys for you, who would be doing this, support to you guys.
然后今天出来一个 ISA 进来，他说不行，你们为什么要抓那么高的 margin？ 你们 margin 抓太高，不好意思。
So scale, I mean, they said, right? The base, what is there, what comes with the base. The products as RCDM, GPS, CDP, Cloud On, Cloud Native will come. And then this is up till 1 terabyte, like 10 instances, which is actually good. And then you also have, mass direct limited. So all of these guys also come with those features. But from a pricing perspective, to see, like, you have 15% uplift, over 3 years, and then for non-compliance workloads like O365 or Cloud Native, the list price is around $24 US per month. So this is 21, right? Don't put it as 24. Let's talk about cyber resiliency. Now, this is very, very important. As I said, we have something called radar. So radar actually provides you cyber resiliency from any ransomware attack, and then it provides any kind of services what is needed over there. So what you see here is the ransomware attacks, right? So the ransomware attacks. If you see, FBI have said there will be somewhere around 1 billion of 1 billion will be spent around ransomware attacks. Right? This is huge. But why are organizations paying so much? Because of lengthy downtime. When a ransomware attack happens to your customers, when they recover it from there are a lot of lengthy downtimes there. And then you are unable to recover it because your backup copies are also now targeted, right? And then you are unable to recover it from there. And then you are also do not have any visibility on the damage. That means you have to manually scan it, and then you need to say which data is blocked and which data is not blocked. But with Rubrik, the approach is very simple. We provide you this anomalous behavior detection. So this is an ML-based anomaly detection, and then this is based on neural networks providing you 100% accuracy. And we provide automation using frameworks and SEM tools to provide this anomalous behavior detection. This is purely on SaaS-based platform, and I will show you a demo also. How I identify the behavior. This is how I identify the behavior. Once I identify the behavior, I will provide you a clear view on what the impact is. How many servers are impacted, how many files are impacted. This is how we show. And then, given that our backups do not change because it is immutable, right? We can provide you live mount and then provide you RTO from days to minutes, which is again, right? So end of the day, we are not here to say, okay, we are protecting, we are like Veronis. What are we is like we provide you remediation plan for your ransomware recovery. So how does it work? As I said, Rubrik is a plug and play device. Every node, you can simply plug into your existing networks and then do a lot of discovery of your application. Provide you instant RTOs, live mount, in case of any disaster for your databases. And then we provide you a secure and immutable file system, which provides you end-to-end encryption, and then provide you the immutability, and then your backups cannot be, your backups cannot go bad. What I'm trying to say. And then we provide you that alert. We provide you that ML-based anomaly detection as the last line of defense. And then provide you some granular visibility on the impact area, like which of the files have been deleted, which of the files are modified, and recover only the impacted data rather than recovering the whole data. So let's see how are we different from competition here. Right? How is our cyber threat remediation plan is different from competition? So let's take an example from Beam. So if you see, this is how a Beam's architecture is. This is your critical storage, your primary storage. This is your Beam backup and recovery archive. This is your backup storage where Beam dumps the data to your backup object storage or to your public cloud, right? So basically, Beam policy controls your VMs. It lands the data to this backup storage, then moves the data to the Cloudian archive, and then to public. So what are the areas of ransomware can hit? Ransomware can hit your primary storage, your backup target, your secondary storage, right? These are the three areas where your ransomware can hit. So if you see, Veeam has got multiple gaps. We do not have immutability nature, right, to their server roles and to their performance roles. There is no ransomware detection capabilities. But if you see, and the business impact can be like, more backups can be compromised and worse RPA. And then there is no surgical orchestrated workflows to reduce overwriting of good data and keeping your RTOs to efficient, right? Business impact is basically you will have your worst start, right? Because you don't know what to recover, and then no sensitive data discovery and governance. Without that, you can simply have a breach on your sensitive data with millions of damages, right? And then more backups are compromised when there are no detection capabilities, right? Which will worsen your RPS, more, right? So this is how we are completely different than Veeam. And then one thing about Veeam is also, when Veeam writes to its production storage, to its secondary storage, that storage has to be on a read-write mode. Now, if that storage has to be on a read-write mode, any attacker can go and modify the data from that particular storage because you're not providing that immutable package. Similarly to Dell, Dell is more confusing. So what they do is, they provide this air gap solution using this product called air gap, with from your Avamar or from your Data, and then they provide this cyber recovery host, right? They move the data to the cyber recovery host, where they export it using an NFS share and an IL host to that particular sandbox server. And then you create a hack, then you scan it, then you scan the malware, and then you provide an alert. So it's like a long process, and with so many points made. With Rubrik, what you see is, as you see, right, Dell IDPA is not immutable. I mean, you also know, and then what customers do is they end up paying more storage where investment is ended. Air gap is often used as an exploitation. Imagine, like, your large data sets, right, which are not 100% secure unless your DD has your retention logs. Otherwise, it is just simply lying there for the cyber attackers to feeding the data. Ransomware detection uses a third-party software called index engines. You can Google it actually. They use index engines. This means that large investments on infrastructure, third-party updates and support, and then your hard RTOs, right? And plus, IDPAs are basically having very complicated workflows for any restores in the world. Analysis beyond file heuristics requires backup rehydration. That means you have to bring back the data back to your storage and then do all kind of analysis. There's absolutely not needed, right? And then you have longer time for recovery from manual search and recovery jobs, which in turn gives you longer downtime, sometimes even instability. Talk about Cohesity. So Cohesity has got similar kind of strategy like Rubrik, but they are more like a secondary storage platform. So they have this cluster management called global cluster management called Helios, which is like a Polaris. And then they have this data platform, which is a scale out NAS. And then they have this data protect, which actually does your backup of critical servers and all of those things. So where are the gaps? One gap is when Cohesity does scanning, they do a scanning using Tenable IO, which is again a third-party code. It runs on each platform. if you're running it as a cluster, there will be a negative impact on backup because there will be a heavy load on the cluster, and then the CPU can literally clog. There is no how do I put this? There is no forensic analysis done. Basically, the business impact, on proficiency would be much more, bad than because they do not have any material. And then cyber scan or data protect misses majority of important protection workloads like NAS, Windows OS, running on NCR, or NetApp or EMC have no solution for detecting cyber threats. And then no sensitive data discovery and governance. That means, sensitive data breaches can literally tarnish your brand images by stealing millions of files. And then this is something which they are absolutely lacking from a remediation perspective. So how do you safeguard your backup with assurance? So what you see here is once the ransomware attacks on your production server, it goes and attacks your production SAN, but it cannot go and affect your backups, right? And then you actually provide your detection lock, like a warm compliance on that particular storage to provide you that retention for that particular snapshot. And then you take this metadata to Polaris Cloud, where you run all of this MI, AI algorithms and provide these feature sets like ransomware detection, data classification, or even global search management like GPS, as to what you see here. You can recover the data from these guys, and then when you recover the data, this goes back to Rubrik. Rubrik provides a call, and then it goes back to your production server, back to your applications. So that's how easy we have made. So our advantage is are all backups are immutable with or without retention logs. And the business impact is the data assurance locally or remotely will with low RPOs and RTOs. Right? By default, we are like an air gap strategy because we are immutable because we don't talk to any other backups. And then cyber threats and sensitive data can all be discovered or accessed with no additional software. Basically, you are reducing the software and hardware investments, and then you are giving that management tool for your ransomware. We have this built-in security governance and compliance, which I will show you on the demo as well. And then we have this ML and AI cloud-based neural network, learning program, which provides you the consistency from false positives. So let's go to the demo part. Hello. Can everybody see the screen?
Yes. This is the Polaris.
Yeah.
Yes, this is Polaris. So what you see is this is Rubrik Polaris, which is a SaaS platform, right? And then what you see here is the critical events, what are being replicated, how many objects have been archived, and how many objects have been backed up. But what you also see here is an anomaly event detected, right? That means there is my cluster, one of the clusters have detected some kind of anomaly behavior, which I will go through later. But what I'm essentially showing you is, if you see in the US, there are 4 clusters which have been deployed, 2 in San Francisco, 1 in Portland, So the idea is wherever the cluster is there, there are a couple of in UK, there is one in India, there is one in Japan, one in South Africa as well. All of these clusters are now, if you see, there is now a single dashboard to all the clusters. Right? You have AMR1, AMR2, AP. Yeah? There's a single dashboard to all the clusters. That means this is providing you a global view of everything. And from the inventory perspective, you see I've got 10 vCenters, 3 AWS accounts, 1 Office 365, Azure, and GCP. So this is also there. But what interestingly I want to show here is the anomaly detection. So if in case any ransomware attack happens, it provides this anomaly. So click on this anomaly, and then what you see here is there is a VM called SH1 Radar01, and then it has detected the file level activity, or malicious file level activity on this particular file. So what you see here is 2,142 files were changed, 44 were added, and 2,139 were removed. If you click on this, you will see this, right? 2,142 files were created, which is an anomaly, right? And then you see the event as well. So if you want to investigate it more, click on Investigate Snapshot. And then what you see here is this C drive on this particular, I can also trigger by added or modify. I don't want to delete it part. So if you see this C drive, right? And under C drive, you see there are, there are few files which have been modified. So if there is a folder called chef, now there is one called modified. So let's say if this is the ransomware attack, what you see, you can simply select the files, click on next. I can download the files, I can overwrite it to the original space, or I can restore it to a separate path altogether. Right? And then click on recover. That's how easy this architecture is, right? That's how easy this architecture is. And then if you see this, sorry, 1 second, sorry. So if you see this file, you see these two modifications here, you see this file share. So in this file share, you have engineering data, you have HR data. All of these files are very suspicious. If you see whatever here, I can simply come and recover it from there. Isn't it easy, guys? Isn't it easy where you don't have to invest on so much of infrastructure? This is just a SaaS-based platform. And you can also protect your VMs. You can also protect your VMs. If you see this, I have one snapshot. And then I can recover it. I can recover files, export it, line mount, instantly recover, and mount to. I can do any kind of operations with it. So the idea is our future is to go to SaaS only going forward, and we will not be there in the client business. Yes, of course, for certain customers we will be, but for most of the customers, our future state is basically becoming a SaaS model altogether. So in future, you will also see a lot of things we will be adding. We will be adding AWS RDS. We will be adding Azure Cosmos DB. And then to your answer, this is my O365. If I click on it, I'm protecting what I'm. If I click on the users, so you see these are the emails which I'm protecting, right? So I can go to an individual user. I can go to any of the dates. Click on the recovery options. It's still taking up. time to come up. But the idea is you will get the mailbox and then you can just click on next. Yeah. So you see this? Hello?
Yeah.
A question?
How about Microsoft Stream? Can we backup to Microsoft Stream? Yeah, Microsoft
Team? No. Team is not there today, but we are working on team by end of this year. Yes.
No, team. Stream. Like YouTube in Office 365, 365.
No, we don't support that yet.
Oh,
We don't support stream.
oh, okay. If my customer want to looking the feature Polaris, can we use the feature?
Yeah, we can always do a demo. We can always do a demo and we can always do a POC with the customer. Yes, of course.
Yes. Can we can you share the link for the demo Polaris?
No, demo you have to contact your local SEs. You can contact India in Indonesia, or you can contact me. Right? We can do a demo with the customer, and then if there is a POC required, we will enable the POC for the customer.
My customer want to looking the feature Polaris protect Office 365.
Okay, we can do a demo with the customer. You can fix up a meeting, okay? And then we can do a demo of the customer. Not a problem.
How the information? How to prerequisite?
No, there is no prerequisite, right? So this is a SaaS platform. So there is no hardware needed. Yeah. So we will make sure that the customer who is trying to do a POC gets a username and a password, and then he can use it for like 30 days of trial.
And that Rubrik appliance is mandatory to using the Polaris, right?
Yes. If customer has a brick, the brick is mandatory. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. Any other questions?
Sorry. Which one the protect for the Office 365? Exchange, SharePoint, and then
So mails. Yes. We support mails. We support calendar and OneDrive.
OneDrive.
Yep.
For the SharePoint.
What is SharePoint? Sorry.
SharePoint. Like SharePoint online on Office 365.
SharePoint.
Yes, SharePoint.
Yeah. We support SharePoint. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
You support SharePoint, but not now, right? So far, just understand you say it's only mailbox.
Yeah. So what we are supporting right now is. So SharePoint is in beta. Okay. So what we are supporting right now is mails, calendar. These are the two things what we are supporting as of now. And everything else is coming in 5.3 with OneDrive, with SharePoint, and then also Microsoft Teams.
Just now you're showing the demo of recurring mailbox, right? How about the same file that you mentioned you can cover as
Yeah, that's what I showed. So let's see it again. Okay.
If Rubrik already backup to Office 365, can we recover to on-premise? The example, I backup Exchange and Calendar, and I recover to on-premise, extend on-premise in my data center.
So for that, you need to have a cloud cluster. You need to replicate the data back to on-premise, you need to have a cloud cluster. With Polaris, you cannot do that.
Oh, okay.
So if you see, these are the users and these are the groups, right? I mean, these are whatever groups you want, right? So if you see, we support OneDrive and Mailbox. You see this?
Yes.
These are the two things what you support now. So if I go to any of the users, so let's say if I go to this user called Arif or Bill, click on Bill. So if you see, Bill has got multiple snapshots. Right? I click on recovery options. Give it some time. You see this? So this is Bill Gerling's, and then you can click on Bill Gerling. So what you see here is you see deleted options, outbox, inbox, sent items. So you can go to inbox, go to any individual email, and then you can restore it. You can restore it to original, or you can restore it to any other user. I can restore it to mine as well. Okay. So we can do an individual restore also. Does that make sense? Hello?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay.
For the licensing portion, right? You do have a scenario where you can share with us a scenario and then how we code the license in terms of the licensing so that we have a better understanding of how we apply the license. Would there be a scenario that you can share with us and then how we apply the license in terms of what to order and what are the things to take note?
Yep, sure. So for an example, let's say, customer has given you a requirement of 100 TB. Okay, so he has 100 TB of data which he wants to protect. So first and foremost, you have to size the appliance, right? Depending on exchanges, depending on your SLAs and retention and whatnot. So let's say you have sized the appliance to, let's say, 150 TB. Okay, let's say for 3 years. So now for 150 TB, you can choose an appliance.
Sorry, is it possible that, because if you like explain in this way, right, I may not be able to visualize, rather than maybe it's that you have a slide that shows the scenario of what is the requirement, and then how we actually apply the license to code, what are things that we need to put it in, kind of maybe like a chart, so that in future we can actually reference, understand, because after that we might not be able to remember whatever you say right now. So would that be a kind of a scenario portion where you give a scenario and then, okay, this is how license is being coded based on this scenario?
See, our licensing is very simple. Okay? You need, the part numbers are very simple for our licensing. You need only 3 part numbers, right? One is a subscription part number and the support part number. That's it. So this is what it goes into our BOM. Okay. So for an example, let me go to this.
OK， 只要程序上它确实有瑕疵的话，我根本不打支持。OK。
One second. So you see this, right? So for our, let me just do this. So for an example, let's say you, after doing all the exercises, you are quoting R6408, okay, to customer, okay. What you need from us is you need the part number for this applies, and then support for 3 years. That's it. This is what is needed. Yeah, part number of the appliance, right? And then its support. That is what is needed for quoting to the customer.
And just now you mentioned for the subscription, some of that, and then based on certain.
So that is subscription. So it comes under subscription. Okay. So there is a different part number for subscription altogether. Okay. Yeah. So but we will help you on the pricing part and also the BOM part basically. But to understand is there are two ways you can sell this, either through a subscription or either through a perpetual. So if you see there, the part numbers are similar, but then the quote numbers are different. That's it.
And how do we know what are the subscriptions that we need to quote?
You do so moment you put this on Salesforce or in our platform, it automatically tells you like in subscription this is what you need to be, right? You don't have that. You don't have that access to it, right? The sales we have.
So just now you show there's a different subscription depends on 50 node or 50 VM or even like depends on the number of VM. Then it's a separate. It goes accordingly, right? So you mean that is already taken care when we put the hardware or what?
Yeah. So let's say I'm quoting 6410 in a subscription model, that 200 VMs will automatically go, support will automatically go, hardware refresh will automatically go with this. You don't have to put anything in this. That's just a subscription bomb. Yeah, that's it. It goes with the hardware.
Okay.
So I know why you're asking, because there are no multiple components in it. There are only 2-3 part numbers to it. That's it. Right?
Yeah, maybe we didn't expose it, so we are not sure how things work.
Who did it with exclusive? You did with exclusive.
Again, I'm not done this before. I'm not sure how is done.
Maybe once we get into some opportunities, maybe we will know more.
Okay.
But for now, for you to understand is, there are two kinds of models. One is subscription and one is perpetual. That's it.
Okay.
So subscription will have, your 3 years of support. Subscription will have your hardware refresh. But perpetual will have its own way of backup, right?
No, this is So subscription usually is for only new hardware that you are purchasing to suppliers. The perpetual normally we don't use anymore, except if they are buying existing hardware. That means that they are not getting. Is it perpetual is usually fall under if they purchase not the appliance but the software. Software can be subscription also, right? Using the hardware.
Yes.
But the perpetual come into the picture is existing theory on Rubrik or what?
Yes. Perpetual is also brownfield environment, right? It's not greenfield environment. Perpetual is for basically, for your old customers. Perpetual is somebody who wants to own the hardware.
Okay.
No. Customers who wants to own their own hardware, right? That is where you sell them perpetual. Otherwise, you sell them the subscription.
So you're saying that let's say a customer has their own hardware and that is in the list of the model that is the brand that is supported, then is considered the software, the software from Rubrik, and then but the license is perpetual.
No. Software is only perpetual, right?
Because you have
plans. We sell you as a plans, right? There is one part perpetual.
Yeah, the price I know. The price is
Your voice is
specific
not
hardware
very
is new third-party hardware.
No, for third-party hardware, you cannot sell perpetual. You can only sell it as subscription. Okay.
Okay. That is provided you are buying new third-party hardware, is it?
Yeah. No, so hardware support would be given by third-party hardware, but software would be from Rubrik. Yes.
Yeah, that one was subscription, right? But then when you say perpetual, is perpetual party hardware, right?
Perpetual is like basically till the lifetime of the appliance. Right? That is perpetual.
Perpetual is only when the customer is
You see this? This is Rubrik Go. Okay, this is subscription. This is, let's say, this is perpetual. Okay. So you will sell subscription only to new customers.
So the new customer can buy appliance sold using Rubrik appliance can be third-party hardware.
No. I have. So I will show you again. You see this? The middle one is perpetual. Okay. The green one is subscription. And the last one is hardware, third-party hardware.
Okay.
Third-party hardware is always sold on subscription because you are buying software from us. Okay? And then you are buying this from a different vendor.
Okay, so the party hardware they buy is the new hardware, is not the existing hardware.
No. So when you buy Rubrik Go or Perpetual, you get appliance. You see this? Rubrik appliance. Then we will hold the hardware and the software part, right?
Okay.
But here third party we will only hold the software. Of course, we will do the troubleshooting and all on the hardware as well, but this has to be sourced from a different vendor. Yeah.
Maybe I put it a different way. It means that whichever that is existing customer who's actually using Rubrik appliance, then it could both slightly be potential. And those that is non-Rubrik appliance, which maybe they also are existing hardware, but it is a non-Rubrik appliance, Cisco, whatever, it's only subscription only. It might not be new Cisco hardware, or it might be purchasing Cisco hardware, but software will purchase for big ways of
Yeah, software is always
Okay, thanks.
So with that, let's go to the last part of our of our sizing. This is again very important. So for sizing, we use multiple assessment tools like RV tool or like SQL profiling scripts, MyTrends, or even the customer. We simply give a customer a sheet and ask him to fill it in a form. And then once you get the data, put it into your capacity, link, the link, and then do the sizing. So one way of doing sizing is basically the brick capacity and performance, right? So you have to make sure you know the yearly capacity and configuration. That means what is your year-over-year growth, what is your daily churn rate, right? And what is the bandwidth required for your application, right? And the second part when you choose for the cloud is you talk about the yearly cumulative capacity and the bandwidth required. Because in this case, you need not need to have infrastructure, right? Because all of this infrastructure cost is basically Rubrik the cloud collateral platform. So what to avoid and what to avoid and what to look for when doing capacity sizing? always use this best practices Brickcast video. Okay, I will share you this. Now we have also made available the sizing tool for our partners. Okay, you can use this sizing tool. You can. I will click on this. Sorry about that. You can click on this sizing tool, and then you can do the sizing along with along with me for any of your customers, and register for an account. You can always email us at channelhelp@rubrik.com, and then we will be more than able to assist you in sizing or even in POCs with customers. I will share you this slide with you. Let's do some competitive preview with other platforms. Commvault, Dell, Siemens. I mean, these are the ones whom we normally fight with the field. I mean, that's the only word I know today. These are all traditional backups. These are all legacy backups. So what is the approach for a traditional backups for defining and configuring backups? So what happens is you define with your business objectives. What is your RPOs, what is your RDOs, and what is your archivals, and what is your retention. And then when you give it to your different backup admins, they apply logic and best practices and start preparing backup jobs. They start scheduling the backup jobs. They also provide backup details for upgrades and whatnot. They also provide exclusions, whether you want MPG files, whether you want MPEG files, or PDF, or whatever it is, right? And then they archive it to tape end of the day. And then they also provide some free space for garbage collection resource implementation. So basically, when garbage collection happens, you are reclaiming the space back, right? All of these functions are done per job basis, right? So let's say you have a VM with one virtual machine, you create this job. You have a NAS, you create another job, right? You have SQL Server, you create another. You have Oracle, you have Postgres, blah blah. So more the number of workloads, the more the number of job creations you do, right? But with Rubrik, we are taking an SLA or policy management based approach, where you create one SLA policy where you define, what you want to do, okay, like yearly, monthly, all of these things. And then we protect thousands of virtual machines, thousands of NAS, and thousands of databases. And then all of these can be done. I mean, yes, you can create multiple SLA domains as well. And then what we are doing is we are providing you a Rubrik AI engine which does all of these tasks using the SLA policy. So which is better, right? By creating multiple targets, or this is better where you are actually giving Rubrik to do all kinds of services. So what's the major difference between Rubrik and the legacy platform? So we are a single software fabric, and then legacy is like a multi-vendor approach, right? You will buy media servers, you will buy master from one guy, you will buy storage from another guy. All of these, right? So it's a multi-vendor solution. We are a masterless solution. But this is a client server, this is a master catalog DB server. We have a distributed file system, but then in legacy you distribute with proxy servers and media servers like more and more. It's a scale-out file system. That means there is no point of failure. And then we are cloud native. We integrate with cloud, either it's private or either it's public. We have shared learning architecture. That means we keep it very intact using APIs. And then if you see legacies, hardly anybody has APIs. Of course they have APIs, but it's very cumbersome to use those APIs. They take manual approach for backups, right? By creating and scheduling jobs. And then the SLA policy with Rubrik does everything for us. Automation is very important for us. because using automation we can also scale the infrastructure as it is going, as it is increasing. And then from a legacy standpoint, it's very complex to scale as well, right? So it is a very tough job for doing all of these things. Um, and also from a TCO perspective, right? If you see the legacy backup, right? You need capacity-based license. You need your VM licenses to host those, the software. For NAS backup, you have to have NDMP. You need to have secondary storage like data domain. You need to have Veeam for VM backup, Redgate for DB backup. I mean, if you see the TCO increases if you keep on, inputting more and more time over here, right? But with Rubrik, what you see here is you have one appliance which includes hardware and software, right? What you buy here is one appliance. So Alvin, your point is when you buy Rubrik, you either buy one appliance either through perpetual or either through subscription, but then you will get this appliance, right? And then you archive it to the tier with unlimited archive with duplicate metadata. That means when we archive the data, we are sending the data and metadata together, and then we are also decompressing. We are also compressing. So thereby you can have a lot of savings on the cloud as well. So what is the differentiators?
Sorry,
yes, sir.
When you say archive, whenever we post
sorry, your voice is breaking. What is it?
Just now the previous slide. You show that you have a Rubrik, right? And then there's an archive, unlimited archive data, right?
Yes.
So that means that when we propose Rubrik appliance, we need to make sure that we have a place for the archive in the cloud. That means that we have to have subscribe to some cloud.
You need to have S3 or S3 job. But what I'm saying is unlimited data from Rubrik. Okay. So if you have 100 TB from Rubrik, you can archive 100 TB. So that means what we are saying is we are giving you that license for free for unlimited archive from Rubrik. But of course you need to have space. Of course you need to have space on the cloud.
So does that mean that whenever any solution that we use for Rubrik kind of backup, we need to at least have some way to archive the data to the account, and then means that the customer needs to subscribe to some cloud or the S3 or whatever to archive the data there before having the solution.
It need not need to be cloud also. It can be also private cloud. Let's say if you have private cloud programs or if you have private cloud archive storage, something like that, you can also archive it to the on-prem. But the idea is cloud archive is absolutely free for customers, whether it's for cloud, whether it's for public cloud, or whether it's for private cloud.
What is free? Sorry.
Cloud out, which is where we are
the license, right?
Yeah, the license. That is absolutely free for customers for unlimited archive. Right. So moving on. So the differentiation, we really make difference from recovery. In fact, we also saw while I was doing a demo how quickly we could recover SQL database. Right? We can provide you VM instant recovery at scale as well. We provide you Google-like predictive search for file recovery folder. That means you can go to an individual folder. You can granularly see which file needs to be backed up or restored. You can do all of those kinds of things. And then you can also recover just the files what you need from the public cloud. So when we send the data to the cloud, right, ingress is always free. But then when you do an egress is always charged by the cloud vendors. So rather than moving the whole VM rack, or rather than moving the whole database rack, you can simply pull single files from there, right? You can simply pull a single file and move it back to the public cloud. Move it back to on-premise. We can also provide you near zero RTO for your SQL and Oracle. Basically, we can live mount at any database sizes, and then maybe it's any size, like we just live mount. We can do cross export. That means we can do one version of SQL Server to another version of SQL Server. We can do a cross export as well. And then we also provide you other services like Cloud On, incremental conversion, or cloud consolidation. Cloud On, as we are migrating the data to the cloud by converting it to EC2 or S4. Incremental conversion is basically there is a bolt instance sitting on the cloud which is converting your APIs to provide you faster RTOs. And cloud consolidation, when you enable this option on Rubrik, you can save from 30 to 40% on your archival targets as well. API first architecture, we were born on the cloud era. Of course, we were not born in the internet era like other vendors were born. We consume RESTful APIs in our entire UI. This is actually true. If you attend any RCI trainings from me, I can actually show you how we can get into RESTful API by logging into the AI Explorer. And then the API documentation is available and ready for many node in the cluster. We leverage, as I said, Rubrik REST API Explorer for the APIs. And then we can integrate with any of your ITSM tools like ServiceNow or like vRealize Orchestrator to provide backup as a service, to your clients as well. This is very, very important immutability in ransomware because we provide you immutable backup access, because any backup that is written on Rubrik is on release. Ransomware cannot alter the data on Rubrik unlike legacy backup repositories. And with Rubrik, you can recover the data because we index the data. And then using the first SaaS-based ransomware remediation plan, we can provide you the detection and the remediation of any ransomware detection or any ransomware attacks. Few others are, of course, we are there in the Gartner Magic Quadrant. We are the leaders. We won the security award, in 3 years, like at VMworld. And then we just do more than backups. With Polaris, we expand the use cases and the value to other use cases as well. So this I have already shown you a demo, but the thing is, I'm very sorry that we could not give you labs today. My real apologies that we could not complete the labs today. But what I promise you to do is please expect an email from me in another 24 hours where you will have your own labs, right? And then I will keep that lab open for like 24 hours for you guys so you can play around the labs, complete the labs, and I will also share you the lab guides for you to complete it. So what will happen from now is in the next 48 hours, you will be marked as completed in your RTP trainings. You will receive a very small survey for this class. Please make sure to fill that, good or bad. Please let me know how did you do. And also take the test from the partner portal. Once you take the test from the partner portal, please download your certification and update it on LinkedIn. Please do that. And then check there is any active deals where we can shadow together, right? So for an example, tomorrow if I'm doing any demo with a customer, if I'm doing any discovery or if I'm doing any implementation with the customer, I would want you to guys to shadow me so that you also learn the real time experience with Rubrik. So with that, I know, if we have any questions and answers, do let me know. I'll be more than happy to answer.
Sorry, just now you said the lab you send it to us the next 24 hours. So the lab test, we have to complete. Is there a duration time that we need to complete?
No. So I will give you 24 hours, right? So
24 hours to complete or what?
Yeah. So these are like small labs, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure because let's say we work and let's say we it's the 24 hours that we have no access to that.
Yes. After 24 hours, the labs will be automatically suspended.
So what happens is the lab, are we able to press?
I'm sorry, what is it?
Let's say if we miss the 24 hours time frame that we didn't manage to complete the lab, and are we able to request for the maybe we got something later on that we didn't have time to the lab because with this schedule this time is training. So let's say after this
we will give you labs again. We will give you the labs again. But please make sure that to complete some of the things which I give it to you. I know some of the things can't be completed. Maybe I will give you the labs again for you guys to play around with it.
Yeah, I'm just afraid. Let's say we didn't manage you to some work commitment. Then because we already scheduled this time.
No worries. I understand. I absolutely understand. So we can actually give the labs later also. Not a problem.
Okay.
But today I wanted to give you the labs, but unfortunately, as I told, in the US it was a holiday. And then these guys could not complete my request. But I will give you the labs by tomorrow for sure.
But tomorrow we might working, so I'm not sure we can complete it.
I will give you the day after tomorrow, like wherever it is. I will give you the day after tomorrow, not tomorrow.
I mean, doesn't matter whether it's tomorrow or the day after. It's just that if something happens at the time we cannot finish. Is there a way that we can?
I will give you another labs. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You just do whatever that you go to give us the power name.
Yeah, I'll give you another lab for your work. Not a problem.
Yeah.
So is there any
and then the test, right? Is that time that we need to complete the test?
Yes. So you have to complete in like no, there is no time frame, right?
Okay.
But it is always good to complete the test because your channel manager will be up on you, right?
But the test need to do the lab first before we do the test. This will be much easier to pass the test if we do the lab first. At least
No, I don't think so.
So you can do the test. Go ahead. Sorry.
The test would be more generic way, so you can finish.
我一直都在听你们讲话啊。
So test would be like whatever you spoken today.
我一直都在听你们讲话啊，我看你们讲的很高兴。 我都用听的。
No。
对啊，我都用听的啊。老师在学校。
Sir?
Yes, sir.
Can you show me?
当然咯，因为我在听你们讲话啊。因为你在讲类似像刚 plan 这样子的东西，基本上我大概是用听的就好了。
Just give me a minute.
Please send us the slide so that we can study it before we take the test. You can send us the presentation slide.
So, what kind of throughput are you looking for?
No. My customer asked me about how much the maximum throughput in the Rubrik.
Yeah, so that is based on per object. Okay.
Oh, for
That is
object.
based on per objects, like how much. So for an example, if I take a VM,
Not per object, but overall.
yeah, for all you have to run a command line.
Yes.
So there is a command line which you need to run. Yeah. So in this case, if you see the total throughput, right? You see this 1.3 Gbps.
All right. But the overall, you we can
For all, basically, you have to run a command in the system to give you the total throughput. So if you see this also, you can find it here. So this is what.
Okay, my example is my customer do the backup of schedule for the 20 PM 20 job ya 20 job yeah 20 job and then is this the running together or queuing?
Okay. So you go to monitoring page here. Okay. And then click on in progress.
Okay.
So you can see if there are 20 whatever is in progress, you will see all that 20 over here. So you have to click on monitoring and click on in progress. Click on in progress. You can see all of those 20 tasks over here.
Oh, okay.
Right?
All of the job.
The job.
Oh, okay.
The job. You can however you want to do it. But you have to click on in progress. You will see all the jobs.
Okay.
And then if there are VMs, you can filter it by let's say only virtual VMs, and you will see all those 20 VMs.
Okay. And then can you explain me about SLA domain?
Sure.
If customer need to full backup between 2 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe
So
you
in
can
Rubrik,
you can create the example is day one the customer want to full backup and day 14 the customer want to full backup again.
Okay, so in Rubrik, every incremental backup is also like a full backup. Okay. So underneath the covers, what happens is we do something called snapshot merge. Okay. Or snapshot merge consolidation. So for an example, So for an example, let's say you have taken a backup on 1st of July. Okay. Till 14th of July, you will run incrementals. Okay. So on 15th of July, you will still run an incremental, but if you want to restore that VM from 14 days, okay, what we do is we do a reverse snapshot consolidation and then give you a hydrated VM. It's a full backup only. Backup is full, but internally it's an incremental for us. But if customers want to take a full backup and then they insist on full backup, what you do is you can do an on-demand snapshot.
Okay.
Go to 14 and do an on-demand snapshot. But in this case, we take this example, right? First is full backup. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth is all incremental. 9, 10 is all incremental. Let's say he wants to do a full backup on 14th. 14th, he will do a full backup, but it is an incremental. But
full backup again.
it is a full backup again. Even though it's incremental, it's a full backup. But if you want to restore from 14, I mean, if you want to do manual backup, you can click and do on-demand snap. It will do a full again with any SLA policy you want. Okay.
Because my customer existing backup is only full backup every day.
Yeah, I'll tell you why. Let's take a weekly backup scenario, Sunday to Sunday. Okay. Let's take that scenario. In previous, see what happens is in other legacy backups, they do something called differential full, right?
Yeah.
What does differential full means is, so second it will take a backup, third it will take a backup, fourth, fifth, incremental. When it takes the ninth backup, right? It will take the changes from the second, not from seventh.
Yeah.
So that is not an effective way of taking backups. What in our case, we will only reference from seventh. We will not reference from second because we are incremental for every day. It's an increment.
I know.
So that's how we are different.
Because the customer, the habit the customer is full backup every day.
Yeah. That's the pain. Pain cannot be full backup.
Yeah, the customer. Can you suggest me if we use the full backup for day 1 and day 14 and 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks a full backup.
Yes, every 2 weeks we are doing a full backup actually, right? Under the covers, we are actually doing a full backup. And then we are merging it to my existing previous snapshot. That's it. Because what you're saying is, let's say I take one full backup for second, another full backup. No, it is not possible. So the thing is, yes, we are taking a backup on third, but incremental, that is also full backup, because when you restore the VM from here, right? When you restore the VM from here, that is the full VM restore what you will get from that particular date.
Okay.
Because it is as good as full backup, right? It is a full backup. That means we are restoring the whole VM for you, right?
Sorry, what do you mean like you're still backup? Because you're saying that you did once backup, the rest is whatever incremental. So how do you articulate that install last day is considered a full backup?
Yeah, so let's take the example again. Okay, so let me. Do you see my screen? Hello?
Yes, sorry.
Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's take the example. Let's take Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Okay. Let's take 7 days back. Okay. Example. Do you see the screen, right? You see the diagram, right? What I'm doing?
Yes.
Okay. So let's say you have 1 TB of data. Okay. Let's say you have 50 TB of data. Okay. Of your production storage. So let's say this is your production storage. And this is your used capacity. You have 100 TB, out of 100 TB you have only used 50 TB, let's say, okay? So on Monday, when you take a fresh backup, okay, we will do a full backup on Monday, okay? We'll do a full backup on Monday. So this 50 TB, let's say with 50% compression, becomes 25 TB, okay?
Yes.
This is what you're storing on Rubrik. Okay. So let's say on Tuesday this 50 TB becomes, let's say 6 TB. 6 TB is the change on Tuesday. Okay. So on Tuesday, what will happen is Rubrik will take an incremental backup and then store 3 TB. Okay. And then it references to the previous snapshot. Okay. Under the covers. There is a reference to the previous snapshot. So let's say on Wednesday, again 2 TB got changed. Okay. So Rubrik will take again an incremental and then store 1 TB after deduping and compressing. And then we will reference it to the previous snapshot. Okay. So imagine this is incremental, this is incremental, this is incremental, this is incremental. Okay. So let's say you want to restore the data from Friday. Okay. So right, you will restore the data from Friday. Okay. So when you come on Friday and then you say live mount. Okay. Under the covers, what we are doing is we are doing a consolidation. Okay. Of all the snapshot, and then we are highlighting the VM as it is from that particular date for you. So this is a fully restored VM. So each backup what you are taking on each day is an incremental backup, but under the covers it is a full backup because you are referencing to your previous existing snapshot change.
Okay.
This is very different from what legacy architecture does. This is called as roll forward and backward forward.
Okay. The next question is what if the full backup is damaged?
So one thing is that full backup cannot be damaged because this is immutable. Okay.
No. I mean 25 damage. Day one damage backup.
How will it get damaged? That's what I'm asking. How?
Sorry.
No, how will this guy get damaged? I'm asking you a question. Because this is an immutable snapshot. Okay. The snapshot, all the snapshots are immutable. This snapshot is immutable. This is immutable. This is immutable. This cannot be changed because this is only read-only format now. This is append-only format. You cannot change. So how will you damage this? And then let's say you have a VM. But then you took a backup on Thursday, and then you write the data on Thursday, right? This data will not talk to this data because it is immutable in nature, so it cannot change the data, right?
Oh, I see.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying that for live mount will actually all the class, the full and the full.
Yeah, so whenever you do a live mount or whenever you do a restore from any date, right? From that day we do a reverse consolidation to the point in time where the snapshot is. And then we yeah.
So in that case, if the first day you do it full only, then the rest of the would there be a certain month that you do it, or it will always equal as all the way? Let's say over 3 months. So I have so many incremental that I need to build.
Every till the life cycle will do an incremental.
Sorry.
No, till the life we will do an incremental.
Yeah. Oh, only okay. Let's say for example, the first maybe on the first month they like to then 3 months later, then maybe you do a live mount somewhere 3 months later. Does that mean that you have to the live mount will consolidate all the incremental all the way to the first month of that to give you a full backup, to give you a full data. Because all are there like
No. We always do a incremental. We never do a full.
I'm not saying okay, you always do incremental. What I'm saying that that's not your scenario, you're saying right now, right? Then you say you will calculate all, you will gather all the incremental size, right? And then gather with the thing to right? So this is only based on one week. Maybe at the 2 week time you want to do a live count over 2 week one. Doesn't mean that I have to consolidate all the incremental give you a full copy.
Yes, it's consolidate all the incremental to be a full. But that is under the covers. You don't have to worry. I mean, users don't have to worry about it. That is absolutely under the cover.
So maybe you have a lot of blocks to put it together to live out in
No. It's very fast. Because everything is a reference, right? And the way we store our inputs and our block store is completely different. The way it's stored on legacy.
So the reference is a pointer. That's a pointer data.
Yeah. So reference is
That's all right.
Yeah, you can see something like a pointer. Yep.
Yeah.
Any other questions, guys?
你们家这个最厉害。
So you receive the
Sorry?
Receive the presentation.
Yeah, I will share. You can download the presentation from the partner portal, but I cannot share you the presentation which is
So maybe.
Your voice is breaking.
No, I mean you can send us the link.
Yeah, I will send you the links. Other things like that right doc, all of those things. I will send you the links. Yeah, I will do that. Guys, any other questions you have? If not, I can give you like 2 hours of your time back. Your timing. Since we did not do labs, but then tomorrow, day after, whenever you guys have time, I will do the labs. You will complete the labs on your own. Okay. So in that case, if there are no more questions, I really appreciate your time today for the training. And then feel free to email me at any point in time. I'm your partner in C, so I'll be responsible for any of the questions you have or any of the customer meetings you have. I'll be doing it. And then happy to work with you in the field. And then you guys have a nice day. People in Singapore, enjoy your holiday tomorrow. And then we will meet up again as soon as possible.
Actually, today is the holiday.
Today?
Yeah.
I think it's 9th and 10th. Right?
Yeah,
Singapore Day. Oh, okay. Anyways, you happy Singapore Day. You guys enjoy the day. And then we will meet up again as soon as possible. Okay, guys. Everybody have a great evening, and then please stay safe. And then let's be in touch. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.